tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
You may take your seats, please. May take your seats. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao, the Chairman, Board of Directors, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Ambassador Francis Butagira, members of the board present, the Registrar General, Madame Mercy Kainobisho, the insolvency practitioners present, and the legal fraternity, the online audience that has joined us, our dear colleagues from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, ladies and gentlemen, you're all most welcome. My name is Patience Bushire Karazari. I work with Uganda Registration Services Bureau as the head legal, and I will be guiding you through today's program. It's such an honor and pleasure to lead you. I'd like to welcome you once again on behalf of Ursb to our 6th Insolvency Conference. We're looking forward to our theme today. Our theme is Emerging Trends and Practices, Building a Resilient Insolvency Regime. We're looking forward to our discussions today and would like to welcome all of you. Without much ado, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome a person known to all of us. She is our team leader, the Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. She is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. She has vast experience in intellectual property, business registration, oil and gas. She holds a master's from Italy, the University of Turin. She has an MBA from Macquarie University, and she's also the chairperson of the WIPO Coordination Committee. She's also a member of the Human Capital Committee of ARIPO. Please welcome Madame Mercy Kainobisho. You're welcome, ma'am.
Our chief guest this morning, the Honorable Norbert Mao. To us, actually at Ursb, we refer you as Dr. Norbert Mao because of your intellect and the profile that you have made thus far. Our board chair, His Excellency Francis Butagira, the Right Honorable Professor. To our dear practitioners, IP practitioners, and the editorial board of the Insolvency Journal in Uganda, our facilitators this morning and afternoon, to our dear staff at Uganda Registration Services Bureau, our dear ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. I would like to thank you for keeping time. The fact that the room is full to capacity is an indication of the value that we continue to make in our communities where we influence as practitioners. It is an honor for me to welcome you on behalf of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, a government institution that is charged with all the registers, the critical registers of legal entities, intellectual property, security, interest in movable property. Yesterday, we had a conversation with the judicial officers. We had about 30 judges here the whole day discussing the emerging trends in the insolvency regime. And it was an amazing conversation. And sitting here today, the whole day with the practitioners, is also another opportunity for us as the regulators to share experiences and give feedback and learn, relearn, and unlearn the matters pertaining to the insolvency regime. The theme for this 6th annual insolvency conference is emerging trends and practices, building a resilient insolvency regime. And of course, this comes a year after the opening up of the economy, after a big attack by the COVID-19 pandemic, and later Ebola, and understanding the fact that there are many businesses that we continue to register, but also the businesses that are failing and continue to fail. And here we are to discuss strategies on how to build a resilient insolvency regime. As Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we have achieved a lot in rescuing businesses. As you are aware, we are charged with the birth of businesses. We are the maternity ward for businesses, but we are also charged with business sustainability, as well as seeing our businesses close legally. But before we go to that stage, we always engage businesses in terms of their survival. How do we keep businesses functional, even when there are schools of thought that if a business has failed, we should let it go, but we shouldn't let it, because the modern age demands that we give opportunities to these businesses to survive. And we have seen many businesses come up through reorganization, through administration, through restructuring, through bailouts, through resizing, through corporate governance principles, through diversification, through recapitalization. And now that we have a functional security interest in movable property register that enables access to finance, especially affordable access to finance using movable property, then we have to give all measures to make businesses survive and thrive. We are not alone. Those that attended the Insol in London just a few months ago, the conversation on the table was the same. Every country was predicting a failure, but we were shocked that businesses are not failing as much as we expected or anticipated. In fact, we are shocked that a number of businesses are continuing to survive. Look at the businesses we own, we run, we support. They're still surviving because of reorganization, restructuring, corporate governance, transparency, accountability, record keeping, but also engaging the judicial system to be accommodative and to contextualize most of these decisions and aspects when taking decisions. We have moved from the traditional enforcement to the modern enforcement where we give opportunities for business owners to survive. Among the many achievements in Ursb are the dispute resolution function, I know many people know us for registration, but we are beyond registration. We resolve many disputes in terms of companies that are failing. We have rescued hundreds of companies through our dispute resolution function. And we appreciate the fact that many of the practitioners are also embracing the alternative dispute resolution. And I think it's the Chief Justice who insists that it's not an alternative, actually, dispute resolution. It is the main, because that is the original African way of handling disputes. Sitting on the round table to resolve disputes, hearing from the other party the right to be heard, giving opportunity to be heard, the principles of natural justice and equity. All these originate from our African customs. Our traditional leaders, our ancestors use these systems: arbitration, mediation, and many others to resolve conflict. So why do we shift away from these methodologies when they worked for us? And I'm glad that there are so many people that are doing arbitration courses. They are doing alternative dispute resolution courses, because that's where the world is shifting. When you look at the skills that are needed in the 21st, 22nd century, those are the skills. The legal practice, the IP practice, the accountancy practice is shifting from the traditional methods to the modern methods. That there will be a time when courts will be empty. Like we read in the media that in some jurisdictions, the prisons are empty. They no longer imprison people, but the offenses are being committed. So they have a way of rehabilitation and having alternative measures, community service, mental health issues. Mental health, because most of these come up as a result of mental health. And sometimes we rush into judging people, but there are mental health issues. So we have more mental health facilities than prisons. The preventive measures and the role that we play as practitioners. Uganda Registration Services Bureau is now 7 months into its new building, the Uganda Business Facilitation Center. This was a project under the government of Uganda by Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and it is a 6-story building in Kololo. But we have service stations at Georgian House. Because of the transition, we left a service station, a one-stop center that attends to our community downtown and uptown. We are at Posta, Uganda. We are in Gulu, we are in Arua, we are in Mbale, we are in Imbara, we are in Masaka, and now we are moving to Hoima. We already have an office. We are waiting to officially launch it. We have rolled out systems, online business registration system, that caused some discomfort in our practice as practitioners, but we have to accommodate all these changes because the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution require that we have to move on. Automation of systems. Many countries have moved on, so we have to embrace these systems. And these systems, when they are starting, come with disruption. And we appreciate all the feedback that we continue to receive from the practitioners. Most importantly, when these systems are down. But the frequency of operation is high. We have digitized all our documents. You no longer hear of cases of missing files. Never, never. We have all our documents digitized. We have all our systems automated. The online business registration system that has seen many modules being rolled out. All the modules have been rolled out. And the one for beneficial ownership that also caused some discomfort is being rolled out by close of this week or early next week. And then the dispute resolution module. With regard to intellectual property, we have the intellectual property automation system that you don't have to come to our offices. Everything is submitted online. But with intellectual property, you know, there's a trademark agent requirement. You have to be a trademark agent. And a trademark agent under the law is an advocate of the courts of judicature. So that is work for the lawyers specifically, especially for applications that come from without, the international or foreign applications. With regard to the marriage register, we have the NMRS that internally manages the registration of marriages, the licensing of places of worship, the single status certificates registrations, and the special licensing. With regard to the security interest in movable property, we have the SIMPA, an automated system. This is 100% digital, automated. You don't have to come to our offices. Everything is done online. And we've seen thousands of movable property being pledged as collateral, to the extent that you can pledge livestock, your farm trees, you don't have to own land, your computer, anything that has value. And the most pledged collateral is actually the motor vehicle. And now we are integrating with the Ministry of Works. And by close of this month, the system will be integrated, fully integrated, that will not need to move or walk to our offices. All these are the products that we have as Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The 30 registers that we hold, very critical registers, because a nation without an authentic and reliable register is at risk of failing. Our society is full of smart people. So an authentic register is very key and can only be secured through automated systems. People have tampered with records, the hard copy records, but it's very hard to tamper with digitized records. So we ask for support of all practitioners to be champions of these processes and systems that we continue to roll out. We are growing our intellectual property portfolio. We are formulating a law on traditional knowledge to protect the traditional knowledge assets, folklore, medicine. And we did a register impact assessment, and we'll be consulting many of you stakeholders, because traditional knowledge, Africa is very rich in traditional knowledge. We have a new register, the Geographical Indications Register. Even when the law was formulated in 2013, the regulations came out in 2018, 2017. And the formulation of a geographical indication is very difficult. We registered the first geographical indication in the history of Uganda just a month ago, and we celebrate it. It is in the area of coffee. So we have new emerging registers, and recently you saw the beneficial ownership register that caused a lot of commotion, actually a national crisis. And we apologize for the inconvenience, because this is an international requirement. Uganda is bound by international treaties, regional treaties, agreements and protocols, and we have to comply. When you hear that your country is on the grey list, it means that under the international transparency framework, Uganda has accommodated an environment that supports terrorism financing, money laundering, and all that is associated therewith. And when you're on the grey list, it means that you are on your way to the blacklist. And getting to the blacklist means that this country will face sanctions, that even you practitioners will not get business from foreign counterparts, that you will not be allowed to practice across board or cross-border arrangements, that you will not be able to operate or send money to your relatives or receive money from relatives abroad. There's so many risks. But the good news is that you have complied, you have submitted the beneficial ownership requirements, because we amended the law to accommodate this. And it requires that we need to know who is that warm body at the end of the day. You know, companies own companies, we find that a company offshore, and the transparency requirement under the beneficial ownership requires the disclosure of the real person, the real owner of that business. And if it's a company, what is the warm body, or is the warm body the owner of that company at the end of the day? So I'm glad that this has been complied with. Coming back to the insolvency regime, we have done a lot, and we are actually even reviewing the insolvency law. Every day, we look at emerging issues, and we see how to accommodate them. Give us the feedback. We are here to serve you. We accommodate criticism, positive criticism, but also we encourage information finding where there's a lacuna or where there's a gap. And your partnership, your support cannot be taken for granted. As Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we remain at your service as far as all the 30 registers that we have. As you are aware, we implement 18 acts of parliament and 21 regulations or implementing regulations. We are the only government agency that has such a wide mandate. Many government agencies are created by one statute and they implement one or two laws. But for us, we have 18 plus and 21 regulations. And under all those laws, there are 5, 10 registers when you break them down. I would like to thank I'll thank the editorial committee when the time comes. Today we'll be launching the Insolvency Journal, the first of its kind. The time for launching it will come, and we'll speak to that. I would like to thank our facilitators that are going to take us through the sessions. Honorable Minister, we have a team of facilitators, very knowledgeable, very intelligent, available, and committed to serving this nation. Your Excellency, our board chair, thank you for your leadership. If it wasn't for your transformational leadership, as an institution wouldn't be here. Please, let's appreciate the Honorable Chair. And Honorable Minister, we know how busy you are. Many people need you because of your transformational leadership. The fact that you have saved time to be with insolvency practitioners, sorry, I'm an intellectual property expert, so IP sometimes I take it as intellectual property. Just having that time, saving time for this event, even confirming in the morning, we are honored to have you. What a blessing. What a blessing for us as a country to have Honorable Dr. Norbert Mao. The doctor is from Ursb, whether I believe it or not. As a minister in charge of justice and constitutional affairs, you don't know what we're enjoying, colleagues. It is an honor, a man that means well for this nation. We had invited some of our board members. I believe many of them could be on the way, but we appreciate the members of... Mr. Julius Kasirie, please stand up for recognition from the Ministry of Trade. He's our board member. We honor our board members. Thank you very much. To the team of Ursb, I really don't know what words I can use. When you are a leader and you have a team of intellectuals, hardworking, committed, wonderful people, and sometimes I get emotional when they are insulting you on social media, especially Twitter. I take on my Twitter hand, I'm like, you people, you can insult me, but don't touch my people. Please stand up, come close, and I introduce you to the minister just as a group. The Ursb team. These are the people that impact society. These are the people that formalize the economy. These are the people that ensure that all the registers are intact. As you know that the first register was in 1911. The first company to be registered in Uganda, 1911-12. The first intellectual property to be registered in Uganda, 1911. So we have information, all the data from 1911 to date, intact. I don't know why the war did not affect it, by the way. All this register is intact. If you're to search, your great-grandparents could be having companies there. and you need to revive them. Let's face the audience. This is your space, my colleagues. You deserve this honor because you work so hard. This is a team that is in office by 6:30. Those that utilize our services, a team that is in office by 6:30, we are working. And weekend, we are there working, serving the nation. If you're to speak about patriotism, URSB is the place for patriotism. Before you go to Chankwanzi for training, first pass at URSB. It's a training ground. Each and every person here is so committed. So committed. So when they are being attacked on social media, that your people are dense, people have come to I say you don't know what you're talking about. We have people who have gone to Cambridge, Oxford, Makerere, Cavendish, everywhere, all universities. Yes. So I come in, colleagues, when you see me sometimes getting emotional on social media, I am protecting you. I say they would rather insult me, but not you. Yeah? Because I know the value you add. I'm their supervisor. I know what they do for this nation. So when people attack them, I know. So thank you very much, colleagues. You're special. Just know. If your husband or wife has not told you you're special, just know that you're special to me. You're special to this nation. Thank you very much. You're such a blessing to this nation. Thank you, colleagues. Honorable Minister, this is a team of the servants that we have in this country. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't because of our board, our able board. So do not touch my people, especially those people on social media. You insult me, but don't touch my people. I know what they do. So when it comes to human resource, I'm a people person. I love to give the environment for people to work. Because by the time you're recruited, really, there's a system. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you to all of you. And in a special way, I want to recognize my former lecturer, MBA 2007, Professor Nkundaba Nyanga. I know you are in the editorial team. You know that when we were in MBA class, your name would be Nkundaba Nyanga. But thank you very much. You taught me in MBA, and I think I was a star. You can confirm? Yeah. So I have to blow my own trumpet. Thank you to the senior lawyers here. We respect you, we honor you. I've seen so many. Walcher, Kalibala, I've seen Don Nyakeiru. I've seen so many senior lawyers here, and the people that I practiced with in Shunubim Soke. That was the law firm that built me before I joined government, and I honor. Thank you very much to all the practitioners that are here. And now I take this opportunity to invite the next speaker. I need the MC to. The person I'm going to invite is a special leader, not only in Uganda, but in this globe. He's a person that has a profile that is much bigger than this continent and beyond, that if I had this profile, I think I would be using it to acquire a loan from the bank. This is our board chair. Our board chair is a humble, gentle, soft-spoken leader, transformational. And I've learned many things from him that you don't have to shout to make your point. But naturally, I'm a vocal person. Sometimes I try to be silent. I can't measure. But he shows you that you can lead softly. His Excellency, Professor, Right Honorable, Canon, the titles are many. Ambassador Francis Butajira has served this nation in many spaces. He's an advocate of the courts of judicature. He's a managing partner of Butajira and Company Advocates. He was the Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda from 1980 to 1986. He was a judge. He was a member of parliament. He was an ambassador to Ethiopia, Kenya, Germany, Austria, Vatican, and represented Uganda in the United Nations. He is the board chair of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. He's a professor and teaches law at universities. He holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Dar es Salaam and a Master of Laws from Harvard University. What an honor for Ursb to have such a leader as a chair of the board. I take this honor with humility to invite you, Right Honorable Professor Canon Francis Butajira, to come and address us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those accolades. I don't know whether I deserve them. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who is our guest of honor, board members who are here, the Registrar General, and your staff, and distinguished practitioners, lawyers who are gathered here. Yesterday, when we were addressing judges, I made one or two comments which I want to repeat here. One was that if you are an investor looking to invest in a country, particularly if you are from abroad, one of the things you have to be or to look for is ease of doing business. If I want to register in Uganda, how long would it take me to register a company? The second one is the insolvency regime. If you come, you do business, it's not doing well and it's failing, you want to know the exit. Is it easy for you to exit? Those two are important for business. But in insolvency, before you exit, we are also offering something. Don't exit. We can do something to rescue you, to make you stay. And this is the rescue package which the Registrar General has been talking about. How do you rescue a failing business? You don't want to sign a death warrant. And I'm glad the Ursb, in this rescue process, they have assisted companies which have been ailing to go back on their feet. The Registrar General will be sharing statistics. Those companies that have been rescued from death and they are now back to normal. She has outlined, given a very good overview of the role of the practitioners in this process. She has ably articulated that. So, we are constantly reviewing our insolvency law to make sure that it is compatible with international standards as well as our own standards. And this we are doing thanks also to the support which is given by the Honorable Minister and his ministry in our efforts. Without that, we would be nowhere also. So it's really that very good symbiotic existence between us, the minister, the ministry, and us that we have been able to achieve what the Registrar General has outlined here. Now, before I take or leave the floor, there is only one thing which I wanted the minister to bring to the attention of the minister, and that is what we call Innovation Hub. we are establishing an innovation hub at our headquarters here in Kampala. What does that mean? We have realized that intellectual property is the drive of every economy that has been successful. So we want to position ourselves. How do we position intellectual property to be the biggest earner of revenue in this country? So we have started. It is on a modest scale, but we want to expand it. And we shall be grateful for the Minister's support, which I'm sure is forthcoming, to have that hub, what we call Innovation Hub. It will be a first one as far as Uganda is concerned, and in this region. With those few words, may I take this opportunity to invite our indomitable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, to address us.
I'm not in danger here. Your Excellency, Ambassador Francis Butagira, the Chairman of the Ursb Board of Directors, and your members, the Registrar General, Ursb, and your staff, the resource persons, presenters, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think the Registrar General has just set me up. You know, when you are praised so much, you find yourself like a ball that is put on raised ground so that it may be kicked better. I want to thank you for giving me this honor, and the staff, I think you have also been set up because now people know your faces. The Registrar General has invited you to share the credit, but also to share the blame. But I think it is better if your boss praises you in public and criticizes you in private. I actually look forward to the day when our own boss invites the entire cabinet in Kololo and tells Ugandans, this is the greatest team. But given what I read in the newspapers, I think that day is not likely to come very soon. But we continue hoping for it. It's my honor to officiate at this 6th Insolvency Conference organized by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I actually love the theme, Emerging Trends and Practices, Building a Resilient Insolvency Regime. As you are aware, and looking around this room, I see pillars of our legal profession. I don't have to mention names. I see people who I've admired from the first time that I was enrolled as an advocate in 1994. At that time, enrollment was a very solemn occasion. These days I hear it is a mass enrollment. Our Chief Justice was Wambuzi Wako. And each advocate to be enrolled had to be introduced individually in court with the Chief Justice presiding. And the Chief Justice would look you up and down from the toe to the top of your head. And then he says in his characteristic small voice, "Norbert Mao, please sign the roll." And then you sign the roll. I think it made us to really take the profession very seriously. Dealing with people and money requires professionalism. So, since you are the insolvency practitioners, your clients are debtors and creditors. Your clients also include the regulator, who oversees all insolvency proceedings. You also have to work with the courts of law, which administer justice in the process. And of course, at the center of it all are the debtors and creditors. About 2 years ago, the World Bank adopted principles for effective insolvency and creditor/debtor regimes, which emphasize, among others, striking a careful balance between liquidation and reorganization of businesses, allowing for easy conversion of proceedings from one step to the next. The legal regime, namely the Insolvency Act 2011, as amended, has kept pace with global trends and provides for rescue mechanisms of administration and arrangements in respect of companies and individuals. It's now possible for insolvent companies to seek protection from court so that they can negotiate with their creditors and even seek post-administration arrangement financing in order to regain stability. This process involves engagement with a number of stakeholders. These include shareholders, directors, creditors, insolvency practitioners, and also the courts of law. We therefore need a body of efficient, knowledgeable, and effective practitioners, and a good judicial system to expeditiously adjudicate these matters and make timely decisions. We will need insolvency practitioners who understand these processes to devise strategies that are acceptable to the creditors to revive the businesses. Most importantly, we will need the buy-in of the creditors of whatever proposals that are put forward. Therefore, this conference is essential in strengthening our capacity to handle and resolve insolvency matters, whether before or outside courts, and where appropriate, support the revival of the insolvent entities instead of letting them dissipate and eventually die. We must be deliberate in offering support to financially ailing businesses, and these are many in light of the current economic struggles. For instance, COVID-19 Ebola, rising inflation, and even external factors such as the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's the only way to survive liquidation. I call upon you to embrace the mechanisms that are geared towards saving these businesses. Handle such matters with utmost care, integrity, and urgency. As we normally say in court, I put it to you that saving insolvent entities will promote economic stability, and we all stand to benefit as a country. I salute the Ursb for its deliberate efforts in enhancing the capacity of stakeholders to handle insolvency matters. I've also learned, since I sat in front of you, that there's now going to be a publication known as the Insolvency and Restructuring Journal of Uganda. And the purpose is to preserve knowledge in one pool, but also to aid dissemination of that knowledge for the wider good of the business community. I thank Ursb for this innovation. And also I thank those among you who have contributed articles toward this cause. This area of practice is not simple. As a student of law, the class that I never looked forward to was bankruptcy. It's a very, very difficult subject. When I was a member of parliament and we drafted the copyright law and the patents law, sometimes we would only be 3 in the committee. When we debated the law, the usually endlessly talkative MPs were uncharacteristically silent. Therefore, this is an opportunity, because you are not going to have many competitors. Many people prefer to be in land transactions, to defend those who have won elections but whose victories are being challenged. Many people will want to collect debts. Not many people would want to dive into this tough area of practice. But I think that's where the pot of gold is. Therefore, do not worry so much that you are not many who are interested in this corner. You'll laugh all the way to the bank, I'm sure. I love the analogy of the maternity ward that was introduced here by the Registrar General. Of course, the maternity ward has doctors, it has midwives, but above all, it has a mother expecting a baby. Sometimes the father of the coming baby is there, sometimes they are in hiding. This analogy is appropriate because it means this is a high-stakes practice area. The stakes are very high. Thousands, millions can lose jobs if this kind of thing is not handled well. Government can lose revenue if this area is not handled well. Government can even lose investment. So we hope that there will be laughter and joy in the maternity ward so that the babies don't end up in the other building, which is also in the hospital compound. It is called a mortuary. At least intensive care. I'll even add something else. you are also an ambulance service. You should rush quickly and rescue businesses that have crashed so that they don't bleed to death. You stop the hemorrhage. You know, business is at the heart of everything, even politics. I hear many people talking about the Uganda Agreement, also known as Buganda Agreement. Sir Harry Johnson was not a political leader. He was actually a managing director of the Imperial British East African Company. And he came here and cut a deal. So you are here because you want to learn how to get the best deal possible. Broadly, life is actually about deals. Even the coming of Jesus was a deal. Yes. You know, the journey from the Garden of Eden to the cross was based on many deals. And deals involve threats. You know, one time God tried to drown everybody in the days of Noah. Then he made a deal with Noah. So in many ways, the things you'll be doing will be akin to Noah's Ark also. Getting into Noah's Ark is a choice. Therefore, the business community has to be alive to the opportunity that exists when there's a flood. God then sent the rainbow, but he was not happy. He then tried to burn everybody in Sodom and Gomorrah. But at the end of the day, the best deal was sending Jesus to restore that relationship. You could say God is our insurer or even our banker. There's nothing worse than losing the trust of your banker. Now you'll be standing between those two forces. That is my simple way of understanding it. Today, the economy is at the center of life. Even literature is replete with those examples of relationships gone sour. I'm sure most of you have read Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. There was a creditor. Of course, that's an extreme example, but that's how bad things can get. You know, when Shylock, whether in the name of a bank, whether it is a World Bank or even IMF, wants his or her pound of flesh, you need a posher. So you are the ones who are going to be the poshers. Otherwise, the Antonios and Bassanios, it is easy to sign the dotted line and receive money. But there are many uncertainties in business. That now brings me to the role of the state. Sometimes only the state. So it is appropriate that the Ursb is at the center of this debate, because many times the final rescuer is actually the state. And they don't only rescue with money, sometimes we even invade. We can send an army. If you read history, you know what is known as the Opium War. The British were doing very good business taking opium into China. But the Chinese had a law which declared that trading in opium was illegal. But this was very profitable to the British. Shipbuilders were earning. The British Navy was in business. Industrialists were benefiting from the profits, which were obviously being banked in British banks. Then the Chinese decided to confiscate all the opium and destroy it. So what did the British do? They sent the British Navy, the military. They went and invaded China, overran the forces, and took control of a territory which we now know as Hong Kong. Many of you do not know how the British took over Hong Kong. They told the Chinese, well, you can enforce your anti-opium laws in the mainland, but we need some space here for Njaga. Then under pressure, they decided that they would manage Hong Kong for 100 years. It looked too long, but 100 years is very small in the history of nations. Now, of course, China has got back Hong Kong. So you need to know the interplay of forces. While preparing to come and speak to you, knowing that you are learned not only in law but also economics, I read Neil Ferguson's Ascent of Money. It's a very good book. Because this conference is about money, capital, relationships, how money moves, how you can end up with a rumor which can destroy a bank. Do you remember the days when newspapers would report that the then governor, Tumusime Mutebile, was sighted hanging around a certain bank, and then people would quickly start withdrawing their cash from the bank, suspecting that the bank would be closed. Therefore, a strong insolvency practice regime is good for the health of an economy. Even in marriages, have you seen the introduction ceremonies which are known as okuhinjira in Western Uganda? You look for all your powerful friends to accompany you. Even if you are some ragtag character, on that day you cannot afford to be seen in the company of your usual buddies. You look for people of substance, because that is what gives confidence to the family of the young lady that, you know, it is safe. Finally, everybody is impacted by what you are discussing here. In economics, there is the story of the broken window. Maybe some of you have heard of it. I see someone nodding. Just imagine that on Kampala Road, where we have many glass panes behind which are goodies. So let's say you have, you know, hot loaf, cakes, bread behind the window. Some character just gets a brick and throws it through the window and disappears. What happens when such a thing happens? Of course, the crowds will gather and they'll start asking, so what is to be done? The owner of the shop now has to buy glass to replace the broken glass. That is business for those who deal in glass. Because that's really what economics is about. So the owner of the glass factory will get business. But that's it, to limit the discussion only to the owner of the shop whose glass has been broken, and the dealer in glass. Perhaps the owner of the shop whose glass has been broken was planning to use the money, say 100,000 shillings, to buy a suit. So the person who deals in suits has now lost business, thanks to the diversion of the money which would have been used to replace the glass. So I call upon you to read beyond the law, because you must understand the philosophical underpinnings of the current world economic system. Also caution yourself about bubbles. Sometimes you may actually be standing firmly in defense of a proper crook. In America, they say you must have a bullshit detector. So how do you detect a client who actually is going to cause you a total mess? You have heard of Ponzi schemes. Then you understand how money moves. You have read the story of the monkey business. A man who came into a village and told the villagers, I'm buying monkeys at 50,000 shillings. So people caught monkeys and brought, and he paid. Monkeys became scarce. Then he said, I'm now buying at 300,000. And people became even more vigilant. Because, scarcity can make something to appear more valuable than it is. Before he came with these 50,000, monkeys were a nuisance. Then monkeys had value. Then he upped the price. And upped until there were no more monkeys. Then his partner left town. And then he trapped the villagers. He told the villagers, before he left, my boss said that each monkey is now going to be 1 million shillings. But I can sell you the monkeys at 500,000. So that when he comes back with money, you get a profit. Desire for money, greed for profit drives the economy. So the villagers even borrowed money in order to buy the monkeys. They had sold very cheaply. And of course, this man put all the money in the briefcase and left. And the other guy never came back. So the village now is full of monkeys. So whether you're talking about Bitcoin, Enron, it is a very good story to illustrate. So, beyond your knowledge of the law, you must also be able to advise your clients about bubbles, things that may appear, the way milk can bubble up, and you think it is a full saucepan of milk when it is just half a liter. So somebody who does not know the behavior of milk will think that there is enough milk for 10 people when it cannot even feed 2 people. And then, money is a fiction. In my conversation with another economist while preparing to come and speak to you, he told me a story of a man who went to a hotel like this one, and he asked whether there was a room. And the hotel owner said, there is a room. So, he quickly put $100 on the counter and went to inspect the rooms. So the owner of the hotel took the $100 and went and paid the butcher. The butcher took the same $100 and paid the baker. It is alleged that the baker had some relationship with a lady. You know, the ones they call twilight ladies. And the twilight lady had an arrangement with that very hotel because it is alleged that she used to entertain some of her clients in that hotel. And she had a loan, a debt there of $100. So this fellow went and paid the twilight lady because he had also got services on credit. So the twilight lady also went and paid her debt at the same hotel. So the money moved full circle in the matter of a few minutes, came back to the counter. And the guy who wanted the room said, "Come to think of it, I don't think I will spend the night here." So he took back his $100. But many debts had been settled in the process. Now, that is what money is, ultimately. It is a piece of paper or a figure on a screen, on a computer screen. So once you understand that, because I think until we as Ugandans and Africans understand money, we will always be, like puppets. I encourage you to watch the movie called The Matrix again. I think the world is a matrix. Somebody is playing everybody. So you must understand the game which is going on. So this practice demands more than the knowledge of the law. It requires that you understand the behavior of money, the capital markets. In closing, I thank all of you who have taken your time to attend this conference. I'm sure you are not just here to receive knowledge. I've been told that, given your experience, you are also sharing your own knowledge and skills in the emerging trends. I'm told yesterday judges were here. To be honest, many of the things that come before our judges today were not taught in law school. Therefore, by judges coming here, they are showing a lot of humility. All of us need humility. I consider myself the luckiest minister in the world because I have many lawyers. I actually wonder how a minister can make a bad decision. I have hundreds of people who are paid to advise me. Anything I want to know, I can call somebody. So how on earth can you, a minister, actually fail to make a good decision? How can you even be incompetent? Because your competence is the summation of the competence of so many people who are in your office, unless you are there doing your own business. But if you are doing the business of the ministry, obviously. So a minister can access any knowledge. The other day I was in Ghana, and there was an intellectual property expert. Because I appropriated the entire expertise of Mercy and her entire group. So I arrived in Ghana and I was an authority. Everybody was gathering around me as I expounded serious principles of intellectual property. Now, that is how the judges should be. The judges should read these journals. The judges should conference with you. When they're writing judgments, there's nothing wrong with calling anybody and say, how would you deal with this? People holding sensitive positions should act advisedly. Of course, I take responsibility for whatever stupid decision I make, but I must at least show that I've exposed myself to as much knowledge as possible. So judges need help. There have been some judgments which have been outrageous, that are impossible to enforce. So by coming here, I think things are going to improve. I thank those who are presenting, the experts. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and I declare this conference open for God and my country. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for our minister, please. Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for those wonderful words. Thank you for calling on all of us as insolvency practitioners to be diligent in our practice, to exercise integrity, to be agile, and to keep up with the trends of insolvency so that we can advise our clients better. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity. We are going to launch our journal, but before we do that, please allow me to recognize a few people. I'd like to recognize the President of Uganda Law Society, Mr. Bernard Oundu. Please stand up. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for coming. I'd like to recognize the presence of our past president, Mr. Francis Gimara. You're welcome, sir. I don't know if he's still with us. He was here. I'd like to welcome senior lawyers present. I'll just mention a few. I've seen Mr. Andrew Kaside. You're welcome, sir. I've seen Mr. Donald Nyakiru from ENS Africa. Mr. Ernest Kalibala. You're welcome, sir. And then I've seen Mr. William Kasozi. You're all welcome. Thank you, senior lawyers and members of the legal fraternity. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to say, whereas I cannot confirm that God is a dealer, I can confirm that he says that you cannot please him without faith, and that he is a rewarder of those that diligently seek him. And therefore, I think in a way, he's a dealer. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. I'd like now to take this opportunity to welcome the Registrar General to talk about our journal. The Insolvency Journal of Uganda is the first issue in Africa, the first of its kind, and she will tell us more details. And once she's done, then she'll invite the board chairman and the minister for the launch. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, dear MC Patience. You should have cited the provision in the Bible for that to support your evidence. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, before I introduce the Insolvency Journal of Uganda, I would like to say that you have summarized the presentations of the day in your remarks. And the citations that you have made in your statement should be taken seriously. And I hope somebody was noting the rapporteur and will share those citations, the references for our enrichment in terms of intellectual capital. And as a standing MC now, as we wait for the board chair, I would like us, I'm told that every time we sit for 3 hours, it is advisable to just stand and stretch a bit. Let's use 2 minutes to stretch, because we are also managing the insolvency regime of our bodies. We are restructuring and reorganizing our bodies because, yes. Yes, the blood flow and the cash flow and the behavior of not only money but also the blood. You may interact with your neighbor. I don't know whether you have, Mr. Silva Kayondo, I'm happy to see you after a very long time. And please, the minister is alone. Maybe Mr. Don Nyakiru, please approach and exchange niceties with the Honorable Minister. The senior lawyers, Mr. Andrew Kasirie, World Chair Kalibala, you may greet the minister. Yes. The young lawyers, please approach the senior lawyers and pick one or two things. I'm also a senior lawyer, please. I need to be approached. I need to see a young person walking to me for advice. Wow. Hi. Good to meet you. What's your name?
Diana Bando.
Oh, from which farm?
Bluebell Legal Advocates.
Oh.
Yeah, we
Oh.
are located in history leadership.
Okay, are you already an insolvency practitioner?
Process pushing into that. I'm going to because we're working on some insolvency.
It's a good place to be.
And that's why I wanted to be here today because I really want to understand it. Apart from the lineup that they gave us in LDC, our exam was actually that. I know
Oh, wow.
how I can gain from it. They
You
say it's
said
very
your
good.
name is
Bandoro Diana.
Pandoro Diana. We're waiting for one of you. Pandoro Diana. To the accountants, all IP practitioners, please exchange experience as we wait for our board member chair. Richard. To the chartered secretaries, to the accountants, the lawyers, all the intellectual property practitioners, Mr. Ernest Wiltshire. No, you may. Okay, you may check. The minister is. What? You have a copy. Thanks to you for that commercial break. It was a networking session. In modern age, we call it speed networking. That was a speed networking session because many a times we come for these conferences and leave without speaking to our neighbors or the colleagues in the force of our insolvency regime. I don't know whether Mr. Mustafa Antale, the insolvency expert, has anyone walked to Mr. Mustafa Antale? That's the moving think tank of insolvency. As we wait for the minister to take to the high table. Yes, let's give it up for this speed networking session. I believe that we have gained a lot from this networking, and I wish we can carry on this practice that every time we have a meeting of minds, it's not easy to have 200 people physically here. And how many are watching online? The technical team? Order in the house, order in the house. Let's settle now. Yes. Eh? Yeah. We have many people watching online and people here physically. That speed networking session, I hope, has worked for us. In my speed networking, I met a young girl, lady, Bandiru Diana, stand up for recognition, interested in IP practice, and I'm going to encourage you and attach you to one of our insolvency practice experts, Mr. Mustafa Antare, and for further mentorship. So please, thank you very much. I also had the opportunity to meet my former lecturer, Mr. Ernest Kalbala, Wiltshire. This is a man that doesn't age. He taught us in law school when we were little children. Now we have been aged out and he still looks young. Thank you very much for the commercial break. Honorable Minister, our dear chief guest, and Your Excellency, the Ambassador, the board chair of Ursb and fellow board members, the insolvency practitioners, the lawyers, the accountants, the chartered secretaries present here, I take the honor to introduce to you the Insolvency Journal of Uganda, Volume 1, Issue 1, 2023, the first of its kind in Uganda, the first of its kind in Africa, a journal that collects intellectual capital in terms of knowledge products or articles by our experts in this room in Uganda. The knowledge that has been compiled in this journal is going to live for ages in the era of technology, in the era of artificial intelligence. You've been hearing about ChatGPT and all the innovations. Would like to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, the editor of this journal, Professor Stephen K. Nkundabanyanga. Please stand up for recognition. You may maybe have a handshake with the minister and the ambassador and our camera crew. Please be on board this session as we appreciate. Thank you, Professor Nkundabanyanga. Before I move to the editorial assistant, allow me to appreciate the Director of Insolvency, Mr. Robert Mugabe, who has, please approach. Mr. Mugabe, Robert has for a long time served as a Director of Business Registration. Many of you know him. Until recently, he's now in insolvency because we said, you have given birth to many companies. You have registered so many companies. Come and see how to manage them, to rescue them and support. Please approach the minister, have that moment before we launch. And have your moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Mugabe. You lead a great team. I would like to call upon the immediate past Director of Insolvency and Receivership, Mr. Mustafa Ntale, who is now in charge of business registration. He rescued so many entities. We said, no, now go and give birth to them and manage their existence and sustainability. Please, let's give it up for him. He remains the insolvency guru in our country. And actually, it is under his regime that this idea of the Insolvency Journal that was birthed. Thank you very much, Mr. Ntale Mustafa. I now move to the editorial assistant, Ms. Rachel Nilingie, who is a senior officer in the Insolvency Directorate at Ursb. She's been moving up and down. Please come and be recognized. And as Rachel Nilingie approaches, the executive editorial team is Robert Mugabe. Don't come back. We recognize you. Mr. Nerima Nelson. Okay, let's have a moment. Rachel Nilingie is our staff in the Insolvency and Receivership Directorate. Mr. Nelson Nerima is already here. He's going to give us a presentation later in the day, but he gave the judges yesterday a powerful presentation. And of course, he has taught most of us in law school, and he's one of the best that is within our country and among others. We have Dr. Otete Albert, J. Samuel Richards, and Associates, a certified public accountant. Please, Mr. Otete, approach and you receive your honor from the minister and the ambassador, the board chair. Thank you very much. Mr. Alan Kakungulu is the manager of Insolvency. He's been managing the sitting. Please come and get that handshake. Thank you very much, Alan. Do we have Professor Twaha Kawase? He had sent his apologies. We recognize him, Professor Twaha Kawase, in absentia. And lastly, the Executive Editorial Board is comprised of Professor Samuel Sejaka of Matt Abacus Business School. I don't see him around. He also taught me in my MBA. Thank you very much. That's the editorial team that was behind this journal. The contents, as I invite you, the Honorable Chief Guest and our board chair to launch it, on page 7, and we have many authors. If you are an author in this first kind of publication, please stand up for recognition. Authors, if you have written articles, in this, okay, published. If your name is in this, okay, I know some of them are online. We do appreciate you, and your names are anyway written. I now take this honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, and our board chair we need to move to the other side and launch our journal. We need our chief editor as well to be part of it. Patience, do you need me also? Okay, thank you.
Develop, we need currents of ideas. I therefore congratulate the Ursb for this first. I'm honored to have been invited to launch it. I invite as many of you as possible to publish, because I look forward to the day when court judgments quote this journal. It will then mean that it is really contributing to the development of this area.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, our board chairman. Thank you, the editorial team. We're now going to have a group photo outside with the minister and everyone present. Please join us, our dear insolvency practitioners, the lawyers, the accountants, the chartered secretaries, and everyone present. Please go with the rest of the team. The picture will be taken outside at the staircase, and then we'll have our tea break for about 10 minutes, and we'll return for our next session. Thank you very much.
sukali chai na kadalasini kwagala kutuka kumwezi zikiri zambira sikali ngankukuma na kasale maidani chesi wanyikole risachi emisuweni nemekamulirako osiba mulinga wetulisa akanyama kamyufu kuchoto kaliriro chusawondya hamasogani kukwe itukamisinde wompita jakala tukatiwenga yense poitatia walivuga kakali nangediva kalia jakala tukatiwenga yense poitatia akachapa mbalasi umugongo wekusiwa kusiga obugalo babuguma mukuwanika waziwa kutakula nyumisiza bulamu nange tika mupulani nange tenalina kuwalabu nayo kupesiyo exceptional ingeri jonkwata eri so professional Hama songandi kukwe Kituka wisite wompita Yagala tukati wenga yense kuitatia Uwe Warivu kakakali Kalia Verende Yagala tukati wenga yense kuitatia Tugende muchachi wafuke my baby we're too lokakane you're the one that I've been looking for Tugende muchachi wafuke my baby we're too lokakane you're the one that I've been looking for Kankuve mbeta tongana Zisabutombera ngomwana Labu ya fedala ya kusabira Tuvenga tetwawukana Bina binina kwa bisana I want you more than that I wanna be the father Ramana babuza Tugende muchachi Ofuke my baby We're too long you're the one that I've been looking for Tugende muchachi Ofuke my baby We're too lokakane you're the one that I've been looking for Tugende muchachi Ofuke my baby We're too lokakane you're the one that I've been looking for Tugende muchachi Ofuke my baby But you you're the one Oh, love, love, love One What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't eat? What if I couldn't move? Will you still love me? What if my body aches and always it made you late? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue skies are starts to gray, and the memory fades away. And the memory fades away. Will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the life's falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and our memory fades away, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me?
Colleagues, I request you to return to the room so we can resume our sessions.
Njagala nnyo okubeera woli, n'obeera omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Njagala nnyo okubeera woli, n'obeera omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Mwagadde nga munoonya, sirina sanyusa ng'ono omwana atoka amunyikaavu buli kiseera, n'omutima tegweyagala naye okuva we namufuna yansula ku mwoyo, okuva we namulaba njagala nnyo okubeera woli, n'obeera omutima gubeeyo gy'oli.
Colleagues, we are going to resume our session. The rest will join us. Before we go to our next speaker, I'd like to introduce a few accountants and auditors in the House, and then we'll have our next speaker. I'd like to recognize CPA Ronald Mutumba. He's the council member for ICAPAO, and he's the chair member service. We welcome you, sir, Mr. Mutumba. Thank you for coming. You're welcome, sir. I'd like to also recognize Dr. Albert Otete. I don't know if he's in the room. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for coming. Albert is a member, Finance, Planning, and Admin Committee of ICAPAO. You're welcome. We also have CPA Stephen Paul. No, CPA Mwezi Paul. I think he's in the room. And then we have Mr. Stephen Kasenge. He's also a CPA. I would also like to recognize Mr. Alex Sanganya. He's an auditor, and he's our Deputy Registrar General. I think he's interacting with our guests. And finally, I would like to recognize our Director Internal Audit, Mr. Ambrose Ekajo. He's a CPA as well. You're welcome, Ambrose. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about the developments in the insolvency legal regime in Uganda. And he is our current manager, registration and compliance. He is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. He is also a member of Law Society and East African Law Society. And he's a regulator that you work with on a daily basis. Please help me welcome Mr. Alan Kakungulu.
Good morning, colleagues. As introduced, Alan Kakungulu is my name. I'll be taking you through the developments in the insolvency legal regime in Uganda. Recently, we amended the Insolvency Act in 2022. This is a journey that started some years ago. It started in 2019, where we amended. There were problems with the Insolvency Act, and it had to be amended. So we started on a journey in 2019, and it ended in 2022. So I'll be taking you through the various amendments. So by way of introduction, the Office of the Official Receiver is created under Section 198. It empowers the Minister of Justice to appoint a person to perform the functions of the Official Receiver. And the Official Receiver is the Registrar General of Ursb. So on one hand, there is Ursb, that is headed by the Registrar General, but within Ursb, there is also an Official Receiver. So many of us just know us as Ursb, but within Ursb, we also have the Office of the Official Receiver, and the Official Receiver is the Registrar General. So the law equally provides for our powers and functions as the Official Receiver. So we have powers to investigate directors, shareholders, and all present and past officers to establish fraud. All of us know that there are people who set up these companies with ill intents to defraud the general public. So the law empowers us to conduct investigations into the activities or the affairs of this company to ascertain whether the intent was to commit fraud and defraud the general public. We've done this, we've received some petitions where we've conducted investigations. Within our office, we have attachments or police officers that are there to help us in such instances, where they can conduct investigations, not only in insolvency matters, but also intellectual property matters. So as an office, we can conduct investigations. Then I investigate the promotion, formation, it's related to the first one. We equally have powers to prosecute any person for offenses committed under the Act. The DPP appointed us as public prosecutors, and therefore we can prosecute any person in case they commit an offense under the Act. We equally have powers to investigate the conduct of insolvency practitioners and prosecute them. From time to time, we receive complaints against insolvency practitioners, and once we receive these investigations, once we receive these complaints, we conduct investigations to ascertain whether indeed the practitioner is culpable. So members, I want to request you that as you're taking on these responsibilities as an insolvency practitioner, you have a noble duty to be professional in whatever you do, because it has consequences. If you conduct yourself in a manner unbecoming, then our office can be petitioned to conduct investigations. And we've seen there's a Supreme Court decision where a practitioner was held liable for his acts while in the office of an insolvency practitioner. So it's a word of caution. Let's be cautious in whatever we do. Then I equally have powers to act during the vacancy in the office of an insolvency practitioner. Sometimes you can take on this office, and along the way you resign for various reasons, or you die, or you become insane. Then in such a case, our office can act in that office, handle your duties, but not to the logical conclusion, but when we come in, we call a creditors meeting together with the shareholders with the sole aim of them appointing another insolvency practitioner. But at the same time, there is also a growing tendency of some practitioners who take on assignments, and after they've received the proceeds, used them or misused them, then at that point they want to jump out and say, for me, I'm resigning from this assignment. So even us, when we are coming into act in that vacancy, we are cautious, because our role as an office is to be a regulator, and we want to maintain and be as regulator. Close to 4 times. Every time you gazette, previously it used to be 450,000, but then it was later lowered to 300,000. Now if you're gazetting 4 times, that is close to 1.2, advertised in the newspaper a number of. As part of reducing the cost of business, we amend the law, repeal these sections that do not apply, but at the same time also reduce the cost and the time. To maximize the value of assets in insolvency proceedings, as you'll see later in my presentation, if you wanted to if you took on an insolvent entity or estate and it had perishables, in such a case, you had to apply to court first, get a court order, and then deal with the perishables. But all of us know that when you're dealing with assets of a company, there's a process. Value these assets, advertise, invite the best evaluated bidder. Basically, it's a whole process. Now the question is, by the time you complete that entire process, will these perishables be still there? And the answer, if you don't get the court order first, definitely they won't. But sometimes you'll have lost a lot of value. So it was, one of the reasons was to maximize the value of assets, but you'll see that later. Then promote availability of credit and balance the interests of all the stakeholders during insolvency proceedings. We equally wanted to provide certainty and predictability in insolvency proceedings to promote economic stability. The need to reduce costs in insolvency proceedings, I think I explained that. We wanted to ensure equitable treatment of similarly situated creditors. Previously, a creditor would be secured, but there was a list of priority dates. You are NSSF, then thereafter, you come to these other people. But somebody took the initiative to secure their interest. Was it fair for somebody who has secured their interest to come last when it comes to time of settling their debts? Definitely not. We equally wanted to professionalize insolvency practitioners. Previously, anybody would be an insolvency practitioner. All of us know that. Back then, a bailiff, even somebody who didn't go to school would be a practitioner. But then thereafter, we started on a journey to professionalize insolvency practice, and that is why we have a few of you here who have taken the initiative to register as insolvency practitioners. But we amended the law to go further and still further ahead and still professionalize insolvency practice in Uganda. So we wanted to provide for timely, efficient, and impartial resolution of insolvency, and then also promote coordination between jurisdictions. This is cross-border insolvency. So what are the new developments under the Insolvency Amendment Act? I'm not sure whether all of us have heard of these amendments or have even seen the Insolvency Amendment Act. Most of us may be knowing maybe the amendments under the Companies Act, but when they amended the Companies Act, the Insolvency Act was equally amended. So these are some of the salient features. Definitely, I will not go into all the amendments, but I've just looked out for the salient highlights or the salient features of these amendments. The first one is on priority of debts. Section 12, subsection 2 was amended to give priority to secured creditors over preferential debts. And the rationale was to encourage sustainable growth of the credit market in Uganda by safeguarding interests of various creditors, stakeholders. This is because if the credit market players are certain of protection, it will provide them with an incentive to extend credit. Like I said earlier on, somebody would take on the initiative to be secured while lending out their money or their credit. But when a company goes down, this secured creditor equally is considered last. When we handled Uchumi, when we handled Nakumat, we saw this happening. Some lenders had secured themselves. I think there is even a bank that had secured itself, but when we were settling all these debts, because of the law at the time, we had to consider them last. And definitely by the time you consider them last, the proceeds are already done. So under the new amendments, the secured creditors will be some of the first people to be considered while handling these debts. Then thereafter, the preferential debts will come in line and then others. Then when it comes to individual bankruptcy, Section 45B was amended to reduce the period from 5 years to 2 years for the disqualifications to which the bankrupt is subject under not to apply. In the previous legal regime, after you've been discharged from being bankrupt, it will take you 5 years for the effects of bankruptcy, for you not to suffer from them. But the question is, being bankrupt, is it so bad, and should it mean that should somebody be stigmatized because at one point they were declared bankrupt for a whole 5 years, yet this person has been discharged? So the period was reduced from 5 years to 2 years, and this is part of the rehabilitation or the corporate rescue that we are talking about, that if somebody has been declared bankrupt, let's just give them 2 years and then the rest is history. Being bankrupt, all of us know that it's not the end of the world. Like Donald Trump has ever been declared bankrupt, but did not mean that it was the end of him. A few years ago, he was the president and he was normal. So let's not stigmatize some of these people who are declared bankrupt, and that's why we are amending the laws towards aimed at a rehabilitation of some of these people instead of just castigating them for having been declared bankrupt. Then the other salient highlight was enlargement of time in insolvency proceedings. Sections 145 and 146 were amended to enlarge the timelines to call creditor meetings in administration proceedings. Previously, the Act provided for timelines within which a provisional administrator should act. For example, the administrator was given 5 days to call a creditors meeting, but this was very, very impractical. For you to give a public notice notifying the creditors, the shareholders to come for a meeting. So this has since been amended to give more time from the 5 days to 10 days and then from 10 days to 15 days. For those of you who have handled administration proceedings, you've seen this happen, and most of you have been complaining that these timelines are so stringent and impractical. So because of that, we thought that we needed to amend the law to make it reasonable and practical. The other salient amendment or highlight was on cross-border insolvency. We repealed sections 212 to 224 that required reciprocity. This had been overtaken by globalization and particularly the increase in international trade, which requires comity among the trading countries. We adopted the ancestral model law in our act, but when the previous law was being passed, provisions were put in that required reciprocity. So the two were not adding up, and the right thing to do was to repeal provisions that required, that required reciprocity, because the question is how many countries have reciprocal arrangements with Uganda? So before somebody comes from Kenya or from any other country to ask for recognition from the Ugandan courts of their appointments, previously Uganda needed to have a reciprocal arrangement with that particular country. So this was not tenable, it was not viable. We repealed sections under the Act that required reciprocity. So for somebody to come here in the current legal regime, there is no requirement for reciprocity. Somebody will just come, go to court, apply for recognition, and upon recognition, then that person can proceed and handle their matter. The rationale was to provide confidence to investors that they will have a streamlined forum of enforcement. Like the board chairperson said, when an investor is coming to a country, there are so many parameters, also many things they look at. One of them is how easy is it to register your business, but at the same time, how easy is it for you to exit the Ugandan market? So even these multinational corporations, they look at this issue of cross-border insolvency. Assuming this company went down, or even the financials, assuming this company went down, we appointed a receiver. How easy is it for this receiver to go to another jurisdiction to recognize the appointment of this person or whoever has been appointed? So these are some of the parameters, and that's why as a country or as an office, we thought that we need to align our laws to international practice. The other salient highlight is on a regulation of insolvency practitioners. Under the amendment, the minister is empowered to prescribe additional qualifications for insolvency practitioners. What we are looking at is further or continuing in the process of professionalizing insolvency practice. Most of us here are lawyers. We know when we go to LDC, we learn so many things. But even when you come out of LDC, ULS or the legal fraternities, they still expect you to continue having continuous professional development, CPD. And that's why we have these yearly hours, all aimed at enabling us to have continuous development of our knowledge and in whatever we do. So even in insolvency practice, we are thinking of doing the same, that we prescribe additional qualifications for insolvency practitioners. This is aimed at enhancing this capacity of our insolvency practitioners. This is not something new that we are only doing in Uganda. In other jurisdictions, they are doing it. In South Africa, there's an organization, SARIPA. It's the Association for the Insolvency Practitioners, and they have professional courses for the insolvency practitioners. The same applies to Nigeria, BRIPAN. They equally have professional courses. And these professional courses are tailored. There are a number of components there. There is a business restructuring, cross-border insolvency, financial analysis. There is a lot. Most of you have handled insolvency matters. It is not a component of only lawyers. It's not the law only legal issues. There are books of accounts involved. How do you interpret these books of accounts? You can see. So we are looking at coming up with a course or having a course in the country where somebody can go and study about insolvency in detail, a professional course, where somebody is able to marry issues of the law and accounting, to do financial analysis. Most of the lawyers have had challenges, and when it comes to that bit of the accounts, then they look for an accountant. But it's not rocket science. Even you as a lawyer, I'm sure you can do it. But once we have such professional courses where you go and you learn about the two components, then it will be easy for you, and we shall have a strong insolvency system in Uganda. In the UK, it is equally done. It's mandatory. In India, so many other countries. So when you look around the globe, there are so many other countries that are doing it, but in Uganda, we are just going to start. The regulations are not yet in place, but as soon as they come in force, definitely the other modalities will have been handled. Then there was equal an amendment on public notices. Section 256 was amended to require publication of notices in a newspaper of wide circulation without necessarily advertising in the Gazette. For those who have handled insolvency matters, it was a requirement for you to advertise both in the newspaper and in the gazette. But now the law was amended, you do not necessarily have to advertise in both. You can choose to advertise in the newspapers, and as an office, we shall accept that because now the law is clear. This was aimed at reducing the cost of winding up a company. Like I said previously, it would cost you approximately 3.5 million shillings to wind up a company. But now with these changes, it will cost you approximately 500,000 to wind up a company. Definitely that is exclusive of whatever you charge as an insolvency practitioner. But if you're doing it for free and just going to pay the government fees, it will cost you approximately 500,000 to wind up a company. So we believe that with that amendment, it will improve the doing business environment. Under the law, the powers of the official receiver were equally amended to empower the official receiver to act in the office of the insolvency practitioner in respect of an asset discovered after the completion of an insolvency process. Previously, we've had instances whereby an insolvency practitioner is appointed, they handle an insolvency proceeding to its logical conclusion. After a few months, an asset surfaces or even funds. We had a scenario where a company was voluntarily wound up, a practitioner was appointed, they did the job, the company was struck off the register. Then after the process had been concluded, the shareholders disclosed an asset in industrial area, and they came to us for advice on how to deal with that asset. And our hands were tied. The best we could do was to advise them to go to court, to handle, to seek for court orders on how to deal with that asset. So they applied to court. Court gave them orders to dispose of their assets, and the proceeds were distributed amongst the shareholders. Because there were no creditors, it wasn't controversial. This was a family business. And we are seeing a number of cases coming up. I think there's even another one pending in court where a company was wound up. After the company was wound up, they discovered that there is an account that is having a lot of money on it. And the question now was, what do we do with this money? This company is now dead. It has been struck off the register. What do we do? So right now it is pending in court. So the law is amended now to empower the official receiver to act in the office of the insolvency practitioner to handle such matters. Where a company has been wound up and any asset comes up, then our office deals with such an asset. Definitely not for the benefit of our office, but for the benefit of the creditors, the shareholders, and whoever is involved in that matter. We were equally empowered to issue certificates of dissolution upon completion of the company winding up processes. Most of you have come to our offices to wind up these companies. At the end of the process, you've been asking us now, what proof do we have that this company has been wound up? And we've been issuing just letters. And the question is, when the company was being incorporated, it was given a certificate of incorporation. Then, now that it is dead, what happens? Even a human being, when you're born, you're given a birth certificate. And when you die, there's also a death certificate. Now what happens for a company? So we thought that we needed to amend that because even some of you, we've been giving these letters, but you have clients who insist, can I get a certificate of dissolution? Why? Because in other jurisdictions, they have such certificates. So the law has been amended to provide for certificate of dissolution. The other amendment is on post-commencement financing in form of post-arrangement financing and post-administration financing. Previously, if a company was undergoing an insolvency process, for example, it's in administration or even an individual is bankrupt or they're having challenges, there is no financier who would wish to deal with you because of that state you're in, because of being insolvent. But all of us know there are businesses that will have challenges, and all they need is a capital injection for them to just get back onto their feet. We've seen that happening, whereby an individual comes, there is one we handled who had challenges, he was a fuel dealer, and a court sent them to our office for mediation or discussions with the creditors. And after the discussions, what we discovered or what we agreed was these particular creditors who are demanding this person allow this gentleman, give them capital, give them a fuel station to operate it, and the profits that come from it can go towards settling the previous the previous liabilities. And for now, two years down the road, they are working. As this gentleman makes money, the profit, some of those profits go towards settling these liabilities. Now, those are the arrangements we are looking at. So now the law is now becoming clearer that even if a company is in administration, it doesn't mean such a company should not have access to financing from lenders. It is just that when such a company that is undergoing an insolvency process accesses such financing, then that liability or that loan will have super priority over these other liabilities. That is the implication of some of these changes. There is already a list of creditors with all sorts of liabilities, but in such a case, the moment somebody agrees to give the loan, then that particular financing will have super priority. Sometimes even the creditors themselves can choose and agree to come together and inject more money into this suffering business. If they find the business viable, they can say, okay, fine, I'm demanding $1 billion, but I can afford to inject in another 200 million if that money can help to resuscitate this business and be able to settle the outstanding $1 billion. So these are provisions that have been put in our law, all aimed at helping these businesses that are struggling. That is a message that we preach as an office of corporate rescue. That is why even our amendments are tailored in that direction, as opposed to just killing businesses. There are provisions in the Company Act that were equally amended but have an effect on winding up of companies. The Companies Act measures on solvent entities. There are entities that are solvent that will be started. They do not operate. They don't have any assets. Now those are handled under the Companies Act. Then the insolvent ones are handled under the Insolvency Act. So the Act was amended to provide for a solvent foreign company to file a declaration of solvency together with a notice of cessation and thereafter advertise the notice in the newspaper of wide circulation. Previously, a foreign company was only required to file a notice of cessation, and that was all. But how fair was that? That a foreign company will come from China, come do business here, and all they do when they want to leave, having registered the first time, then in case they want to leave, they just file a notice of cessation and exit the Ugandan market. So we thought it fit that if this foreign company is solvent and it can pay its debts within 12 months, then they should file a declaration of solvency with our office, affirming that they are indeed solvent and they can pay their debts within 12 months, together with a notice of cessation, advertise, and then thereafter exit. The purpose of advertising, all of us know, is to notify the general public that this company is exiting. Whoever has any issues, please raise them. So in that particular respect of a foreign company, that is a new amendment. Then for an insolvent foreign company, it still remains that it has to follow the procedure under the Insolvency Act. Under the Companies Amendment Act, a new concept was equally introduced, the no asset procedure. All of us know that there are so many companies that are set up to achieve a certain objective or to bid for so many reasons. There are those companies, all of us have a number of companies that we are in, but these companies have never taken off. They've never operated, they don't have a single asset, they don't have any single liability. So a procedure was developed called the no asset procedure. If a company has no asset, no liability, it has never operated, then such a company, it's a matter of them passing a resolution, advertise it in a newspaper, a declaration of solvency, and then thereafter, within a month, that company will be struck off the register. We have so many companies right now on our register that are inactive. Companies that were set up, they did not do anything, and because of the lengthy winding up process, most of them, the moment they come and you tell them that they require to pay 3.5, then such a person will say, I would rather incorporate another company. So you'll find our register with so many bloated companies, but most of them are not active. Other people have opted to open other new companies. So we thought by coming up with this no asset procedure, we'll have such companies, making it easy for them to exit the register as opposed to them remaining on the register, but also to make it very easy and cheap for them to exit the register. I said previously it would cost so much money, but with this no asset procedure, it will be cheap, just a special resolution where you're saying you need to exit, so long as you can prove that you have no assets, liabilities, advertise, and then you're off the register. So that's one of the salient highlights when it comes to the amendments that we did as an office. Now, some of you may be asking, has this process taken effect? We've gotten inquiries. We are in the process of also amending the regulations to give effect to some of these provisions. Whereas there are provisions that can be implemented without necessarily the regulations, some of the amendments require regulations. So we are in the process of amending those regulations, and we hope to be done in the next few months. We've started on the process. We are working closely with our other stakeholders, Law Reform Commission, FPC, to expedite this process such that you can start using some of these new sections and provisions in the new amendments. With those few slides, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. I'll request you to clap for him again. Thank you, Alan, for that, taking us through the amendments that we've had. I'll not repeat what he said. In the interest of time, we'll have our Q&A. I'm sure you have some questions or comments or recommendations. This is the time. We have about 5 minutes. If you have any questions, we have microphones on your tables. You could just put up your hand and we'll have some questions for Alan before the next presenter. If you don't have questions, it means you've understood everything, or... Yes, we have a question from Don. Please pass the mic. There's a microphone on your table. Mr. Nyakeru.
Thank you, Alan, for the presentation. My question relates to, before you issue those certificates of cessation of business, is there any linkage between the Bureau and Uganda Revenue Authority?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nyakeru. Any other question or comment? Gender balance? Colleagues at the back, we can hear you. Yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Part of the arrangement already, the existing creditors. How practical will it be that this company can walk to financial and they can get financing? Then again, there is something to do with the priority of debts. You find that there are these debtors that have been in this system suffering with this company, and you bring yourself to this trouble already, and you take priority.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll respond to you. That's a good question. Final question? Okay, thank you, Alan. Let's have you respond to those.
Thank you for the questions. The first was on whether we have a linkage between the Bureau or Ursb and URA when we issue these certificates of dissolution. Yes, we have working collaborations with URA in a number of aspects, but on this particular one, when we issue the certificate of dissolution, you can present it to URA, and then this company will be taken off their tax register. So it isn't that our systems are integrated, they are integrated in respect of when you're registering, when they want details, but even when you get off, definitely they will equally know. But at the moment, when a company is wound up, most of you have been to URA, and from our research, every time you come to wind up a company, we ask, why are you winding up? All of us know the reason why most businesses are winding up. It's either taxes, they fail to pay their liabilities, and so many others. So the biggest reason why companies, some of these small SMEs wind up is because of taxes. A business will get a huge assessment, and when they get this huge assessment, they are unable to, they get scared. And yet sometimes it's not necessary. URA is just shaking you to see what comes out. They need information. Because when URA is conducting their tax assessments, they rely on the information you have. But our businesses definitely don't provide the information. So when these companies come to wind up, most of them want to wind up because of taxes, and URA sends them to us and tells them, okay, fine, you go and wind up with Ursb. But even when they come and complete the process, URA has been asking them, where is the proof that you have from Ursb that this company has been winding up or has been wound up? Then in such a case, that's when they've been presenting the letter. Now we want to make it easy by providing a certificate of dissolution that you will present to URA to show that this company has indeed been struck off the register. They will get onto the website or onto our system and check, and they will confirm that indeed this business has ceased and it is off the register. So, Mr. Don, I don't know if I've answered you. Then the second question was on post-administration financing. How practical is it that a business is ailing, and we are now saying that this business should get additional funding? Now, that is at the discretion of the lender. Yes, this business may be ailing, but all it requires is just a capital injection. And the moment they get that capital injection, they are able to get back onto their feet and operate. I gave an example. We have companies where we've seen creditors that they're already demanding huge sums of money. But you have to wait sometimes. This money, you're going to lose it. You're demanding $1 billion and you're going to lose it. But there is a good business idea that this ailing business is presenting. That if I got additional funding, I can do A, B, C, D. They provide you the projections. This is how I'm going to do it, and I'll get so much money. And the money I'll get, I'll use it to settle these liabilities. So that is at the discretion of the financier, but some financiers are not afraid. So long as you make a business case to them, it makes sense, and in such a case, they are ready to provide the financing. So that is why we are putting this in the law, because some financiers were hesitant to deal with an insolvent entity or an entity that is undergoing insolvency proceedings. In other jurisdictions, that's what they are doing. And all this is aimed at promoting corporate rescue for ailing businesses. That a business is suffering, it doesn't mean because it is suffering, it should just be killed. But it should soldier on as much as it can. So that's why we are coming up with these provisions to help some of these ailing businesses. But like I said, it's at the discretion of the financier. If they are comfortable, somebody has made a good business case, then they should be able to provide financing. If they're uncomfortable because this business is ailing, too bad. But for us as an office, we are trying to promote corporate rescue, and people are interested in some of this, and we are hopeful and optimistic that it will be taken on. Then there was a question still on priority of debts. How fair is it that this person who has lent money when this company is ailing will now come and have super priority over other creditors? But they've taken the risk. They've taken the risk that this business is ailing, but they've gone ahead to take on the risk that even when you're ailing, they are providing additional funding. And this is kind of an incentive to them that yes, this business is ailing, but when it gets back onto its feet as you're settling these creditors, I should be given priority. So it's an incentive to kind of to convince them that you will be paid first. Otherwise, why would somebody provide money to an ailing business and then they are later considered last together with other creditors. The question is, what is the incentive for this particular financier to provide financing to this ailing business? So that is the rationale why somebody will have super priority over these other debts, because they are taking a risk to help this business to get back onto its feet and settle the outstanding liabilities. I think those were the questions that were asked. Thank you.
Alan, before you leave, I have a question from online, from Alan Luaga. He says, what is the level of coordination between Ursb and other regulators who act as insolvency practitioners, such as IRA and BOU? What is the coordination between us and the other regulators? Thank you.
Yes, there are certain regimes or certain businesses that have specialized insolvency processes or specialized insolvency legal regimes. For example, financial institutions under the Financial Institutions Act, they have specific provisions that provide for their insolvency processes. The same applies to insurance companies, and the same applies to these telecoms. I think somebody will be coming from UCC to discuss how that is done. Now, what is our level of coordination with some of these entities? All of us know that before these entities become banks, before they become insurance companies, the first step, they are companies. You start with our office, register as a company, then proceed to Bank of Uganda and get a license to conduct or to do financial business. So when a bank goes down or it has challenges, BOU will come in, appoint a receiver. There are processes under the Financial Institutions Act that provide for how a company can be liquidated or how that process is handled. They will appoint a receiver, handle reports and all that, but all that is done by the central bank. And for you to appoint a receiver there, you even don't necessarily have to be an insolvency practitioner. All of us saw what happened in Crane Bank. So there is a mechanism to handle those financial institutions. But even after that is done, then they have to come back to our office and complete the process with our office. There's a bank, it used to be at Buganda Road. It equally had its own challenges. I think it happened last year. And this company was wound up. The license was revoked by Bank of Uganda. But at the same time, they had to come back to our office to formally wind up this company and get it off the register. So we have a working relationship with these institutions, but that is how it works, that there are provisions in their respective laws that provide for how this company will be wound up and taken off, but at the same time, they have to later come back to our office and we take it off the register. If they only wind up the financial business or the business of that company, for us we shall remain with the company on the register. Why? Because the company hasn't been taken off the register. So equally, the processes with our office have to be completed for this company to be taken off the register. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. We appreciate you. And thank you, colleagues, for your questions. Would like to recognize our audience online. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the questions that are coming through. We'll quickly go to our next presenter. Sorry we've overshot a bit, but I can assure you our lunch is ready and we'll have it in good time. So I'm seeking your indulgence for a few minutes. We'll have our next presenter. Our next speaker is a certified public accountant. He's a tax advisor and a seasoned insolvency practitioner of over 20 years. He has a wealth of experience in tax matters, in insolvency, in audit, and finance. He's been lecturing in business and finance. He has also advised many companies on tax matters in top companies in this country, and he's lectured and mentored many practitioners. Please welcome with me CPA Ronald Mutumba to speak to us. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for the intro. I will have to make this as brief as possible because of the timing. It's not a good position to speak to people who are expecting a meal in the next few minutes. But I'll make sure that I'm very focused. So the topic for discussion is financial reporting requirements for entities in insolvency. For an accountant, this is an interesting perspective to deal with because our training as accountants gives us a very subjective approach to the way we do prepare financial reports. Financial reports are prepared based on certain assumptions, and one of them is that the entity is a going concern and therefore is expected to remain in existence for the foreseeable future. Now, when it comes to the case of insolvent companies or companies that are going through an insolvency process, the concept of being a going concern is impaired. So it means we have got to get out of our comfort zone, that is our training, and have a different perspective. Next slide, please. Broadly speaking, financial reporting, if you can give it a quick definition, it's a process of documenting and communicating the financial activities and performance over specific time periods, typically on a quarterly or yearly basis. So the expectation is that companies that are insolvent should be preparing financial reports that are going to be used to communicate on the current financial status of the entity. These reports will be very essential in the projections of the future profitability or non-profitability, the industry position, and the growth or continuity prospects of this entity. So if we browse through the financial reporting requirements under the various rescue mechanisms, we can feel that this is the substance that is guiding the form of the requirement. Some of these financial reporting requirements under the various mechanisms would include the following. The first one is an interesting one, where we are in liquidation or voluntary winding up. There is a requirement that on every invoice or order for goods or any business letter issued by or on behalf of the company that is going through a liquidation process and the company's name appears, we should state that it is in liquidation. This is a form of financial reporting that is communicating to the user of this document the risk that you are not dealing with an entity that is a going concern. That the goods you are supplying, there are chances, higher than usual chances, that you might not be able to be paid. Same applies when entering any transaction or issuing any document by or on behalf of the company. So it takes us back to what I started with, that typical financial reporting is premised on the basis of a going concern status. But we don't have that once we are going through an insolvency process. Also, the other requirement is the reports that are filed as part of the voluntary winding up. There is the preliminary report provided for under Section 102. That report would require that an update is provided regarding the statement of financial position. In other words, what are the available assets that could be realized, and what are the liabilities that have a claim over those assets. Same would apply to the interim report, because as you go through the process of winding up, you pick up additional information. The creditors you had when you were starting the voluntary wind-up, the list could increase. The same applies to the final report that is provided for under Section 104 of the Act. So it is important that in these reports, you are able to provide financial information regarding the status of the company. We wouldn't expect an income statement because the expectation is you are not trading. So you only have a list of assets and liabilities. The second area where there is financial reporting is in provisional administration. And Section 141C of the Act requires, amongst the general duties of the provisional administrator, that he or she keeps in accordance with generally accepted accounting procedures and standards full accounts and other records of all receipts, expenditure, and other transactions relating to the company, and retain the accounts and records for not less than 6 years after the administration ends. The critical item in there is the concept of generally accepted accounting procedures and standards. Financial reporting, especially corporate financial reporting, is highly standardized. I will avoid using the word regulated, because in our accounting world, we have what we call international financial reporting standards that are globally harmonized. Now, they are premised on the basis of an entity being a going concern. However, the alternative to that standardization is another lower level of standardizing, which is what we refer to as generally accepted accounting principles. Now, in this case, we are being told procedures and standards and the requirement of full accounts. In other words, this requirement of the law is that have an objective approach of reporting on the affairs of this insolvent entity. You might not, actually not might, you will not be able to do it at the highly standardized level. Then there are the other basics. Keep a record of all receipts and expenditures and other transactions. My experience with the administrations that I've held is at every creditors meeting, the creditors want to see the bank statement. And what is it they're looking for in the bank statement? The payments that you have made out of the estate are to whose benefit? So they are going to query some of these for approvals. The defense you have is what in accounting we refer to as source documents. When a payment was made, did you prepare a payment voucher and have someone acknowledge that they have received that payment? And also you yourself authorize that payment as commitment to your decision making. Any receipts collected, especially collections from customers or debtors, when you send out your team to collect, the team receives so many stories. Oh, we paid this money to so and so, especially employees who are on the run. So you must keep a very good record of any payment you have received, because there are going to be so many claims of payments that you have not received. And retain the accounts and records for not less than 6 years after the administration ends. Coming from a tax management background, this is very critical for you and also the client, because tax liabilities are not easily written off. So a liability could pop up and you are going to have to deal with it. As part of the provisional administration process, you are expected to present a proposal to the committee. Now, the financial reporting involved here is your proposal should include a summary of the statement of the company's affairs and details of the financial position of the company with the provisional administrator's comments, if any. So, in your proposal, include a statement of financial position, commonly known as a balance sheet. And this should be based on assets whose existence you have confirmed, and liabilities whose position or existence you have been advised. At that point, confirmation might not be appropriate. Provisional administration terminates either when the period specified in the order lapses, but it should not be more than 30 days, or the deed is executed, or the liquidator gives notices required under section 151. But during that period of administration, the 30 days before it elapses or the deed is executed, you are expected to call a creditors' meeting at which the creditors will have to consider your proposals. Now, I'm bringing up this slide to bring out the challenge that the amendments have attempted to deal with. You have the operational activities and the stress to deal with of high emotions, but you have 10 days within which you should have your report that should include the financial position. I just said a few minutes back that that report needs to include all assets whose existence you have confirmed. From an accountant's perspective, we do that by having what we refer to as a fixed assets schedule together with our inventory listing. Now, that means if this is a company that was operating beyond one local unit, if it is operating widely, you have got 10 days within which you're going to run across all its areas of operations and confirm the existence of the asset so that you include it on your balance sheet. Financial reporting is not only desk work, it's not only desk reviews. We are expected to confirm existence of assets, both current and non-current assets. When it comes to administration of the company, when we are out of provisional administration and you have executed an administration deed and you have gone into administration, the law requires that every 6 months during the course of administration, the administrator shall make and submit a progress report to the company's creditors. Now, that progress report is required to include receipts and payments that have been effected during the administration and details of any assets that remain to be realized. The list of the assets keeps on changing many times because some of the current assets could be perishables. In the case of pharmaceutical industry, drugs expire every day. And every time a drug expires, the NDA regulations require that it is moved to the list of expiries that will have to be destroyed in compliance with the NDA regulations. So you cannot, using that as an example, continue keeping expired goods and therefore their value on the list of the company's assets. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the key highlights of the financial reporting requirements that I was able to pick up, but with one comment also. As we comply with above requirements, especially in respect of administrations, we need to remember that we are dealing with a patient in ICU. That patient, the brain has been sent to sleep. So being able to collect all the information you need from the company itself becomes a challenge, because the directors many times are no longer freely available to support you. The employees are not certain of their job security. Many have moved on. So the people who can give you the useful information becomes another challenge. But we shouldn't forget the objective, which is to get the patient out of the ICU rather, to a better place. Better place is relative. Thank you very much for your time.
A round of applause for Mr. Mtumba. Thank you very much. We'll now take questions. A few questions. Colleagues? Do we have any questions online or in-house? It could be a comment, it could be a vote of thanks, it could be anything, a comment. I take it that you've understood the subject and that Mr. Mtumba did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the sessions that we've had, for your attention. As Ursb, we appreciate that we've been able to have a full house, and all of you are still here with us. Thank you very much. Sam? I'm waiting for the administrative information. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Our lunch is ready, and we'll have it in the Kazinga restaurant. It's on the ground level, just downstairs. So when you walk out, just go downstairs. We'll direct you. Our lunch will be we'll use about 40 minutes. Let's try and be back in the room let's try and be back in the room by 2, if we can. We'll resume at 2 for sure. So kindly make it back in time. In the afternoon, we'll have a panel, as you can see from our program. We have about 4 panelists, and we'll be discussing the emerging trends in insolvency practice in Uganda. And then we'll have our Q&A. It will be a brief session. So we're looking forward to the afternoon. Thank you very much, and bon appetit. You will receive your coupons as you get out at the registration desk for lunch.
Baby, talk good fool, I'm gonna say, Yon call a me, says I me say, Wakan jagala, nake agala. One take a mumbera, wongana sisobola kuchevera. Afasad inkuloka, insekuloka, baby tongan ankuloka. Afasad inkuloka, insekuloka, baby tongan ankuloka. Golialinal mususa Ninga edilisa mususa Chuchu wakalava ke chuchusa Tewe changa changa baby tula Sakala kusene mutakot Sakala kusene mutakot Tula wasibera hambo Ochimanyete bangana Pasar kuloka Inse kuloka Baby tongana kuloka Inse kuloka Pasar kuloka Inse kuloka Baby tongana I don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my bed done one by side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down the Fifth Avenue. I'm walking cranny by my side. I take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long money take our things away. Hey, no, no, no. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. Cold, cold, the words so cold. Me want someone, me have empty hole. What shall we do? In the dark. Yeah, Todi, what shall we do in the dark? Jerome, I want you to love me. Jerome, baby. Jerome. Kilode, why you know they call me? Kilode, baby. Kilode, Jerome. I take it for sick and now. Why you know they call me, yo? I give a green light to tire. I take it for sick and know why you know they call me up. I give a green light to tire. So Jumbo, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Call me later. Chibiriti wakubisa mutima ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwo changa kayembe wankubisa mutida ochakala nyone mamalo bebe siba muchikuba kasana kaka ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwo koma wabulire obasento nonya wano muchikunta tenti wale wechipuzo bono sala kochenti city boy, baby, beaty, kind of villain. Chimanyo kute kushua, iwebi nungo kute kushua, ole kushu. Chimanyo kute kushua, iwebi nungo kute kushua, ole kushu. Nakuyuse kocha na matenkwego. Nenkuteka kombizani, vipi chimanye on your feet, young man. It's time to, baby girl, make it no delight. Make it tell your friends, say you the view this guy. No even waste time. I'm in Hawaii. I can't wait to make your gracious smile. It's not a lie. You set my soul on fire. So many girls I've passed through. None of them girls find passion. All of the things you've been through, but this life will never be the same again. 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 Don't like them, they like you. They say me, I too bad for you. Don't mind them, they do bad for you. They say me, I too. Break it all, break it, take it all. When your waist won't take it all. When I wanna take it all. Even if I die, wake it all, wake it, take it all. Even if I die, wake it all. Baby girl, make it no delight. Make it tell your friends, say you don't feel the sky. Don't even waste time. I'm in Hawaii. I can't wait to make your precious smile. It's not a lie. When they go do they party,
Herbert. Tumwongereza amanyi omwana oyo. Herbert, thank you. Mwana gwe Mukama yakuwa n'omala. Why.
Jagala nnyo mukyale panka.
Why.
Kabule baba.
Kabulengana.
Bulengana eggo akula kabina.
Kabulengana.
Jagala nnyo mukyale panka.
Oyagala kuweki.
Kabule baba. Bulengana eggo akula kabina. N'okawuba n'ogirwa ne waki. Bulungi bwo bwe bukuseeza. Empisa zo ze zikutonda. Kabule baba. Kimanye tubakwana bangi abalina kashi n'abatalina nsimbi. See what I'm fighting now when you feel the right single ladies all around. Jagala nnyo banva nnungi enva zaabwe ziri kupyuwa. Jagala nnyo winyenga amaaso goli gali kupyuwa. Let's around make a miracle, let your body move to the pinnacle. Let's around make a miracle, let your body move. Jagala nnyo mukyale panka. Kabule baba. Bulengana eggo akula kabina. N'okawuba n'ogirwa n'owaki. Bulungi bwo bwe bukuseeza. Empisa zo ze zikutonda. Kabule baba. Never waste your time, never let you go. Talk now, back to back, you're the best I know. Oh yeah, you did blow my mind, blow my mind, blow my mind. For your love, I got you in my life. Come here, do you dance like a spinning? That's wine for me, nice and slow. So many nights I don't wait for my time to get you all alone for one night. You do me something no lie, I come out for your turn. I want to do you whatever you want. Freaky for you. Show me what you're. Girl, you just blow my mind, blow my mind. Your body just blow my mind. Allow me to love you now. Allow me to hug you now. Allow me to touch you right. Allow me to love you now. Allow me, yeah. Buy me armor. Oh, yeah, can you give me dollar? I wanna be your baby mama. Why? Holy musuli sana. Jigiri sevi sana. Zikiri sandi lana. If you wanna be my lover, keep me by your shoulder. You are the one, wanna be with you all day. When for missing I feel so lonely. Katikwata wano, nyweza wano, lete no, lera wano, katikwata wano.
Give people a few minutes to come in, but we're losing time. I'm requesting for your attention so we can call our next speaker. Thank you. My name is Patience. I work with Ursb, and I'll be taking you through the rest of the session. I had introduced myself in the morning. We'll go straight to our next session. We have an interesting topic. Our next speaker will be talking about corporate He was trained in Washington, Seattle, where he did a fellowship in HIV. And he worked with the Seattle Cancer Care Alliance. He has his degree from Makerere University in pharmacy. He has a master's in public health. And he's been working with he's worked with the Cancer Institute and Cancer Pharmacy Services, as well as he's been the head of finance and administration at Uganda Cancer Institute. Our next speaker started the current Uganda Cancer Institute Pharmacy, and he's been involved in private patient services and drugs, and I mean the legit drugs. He has also ventured into the private sector, where he founded the Guardian Health chain of pharmacies, which he's going to talk to us about. And the company is now valued at 10 million, as you'll hear from him. But he's also very interesting in his social life. I found out that he is an avid mountaineer. He's been to all mountains in Africa. And I was having an interesting conversation with him today, and he mentioned that he's going to drive to all the capitals in Africa and then have undertake marathons there. And I think that's very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Anthony Natif to speak to us. You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Anthony Natif. Thank you so much for a very generous introduction. I used to be a cancer pharmacist until I wasn't, for lots of reasons, most of which I felt I'd done my part. I started the cancer pharmacy at the Uganda Cancer Institute with, I think, 50 million shillings in budget. In 18 months, we probably had more than $2 million in budget. We started that private cancer pharmacy service, and I encourage all of you guys to actually contribute to these cancer causes. With around $40,000, within a year, we had a revenue of almost $800,000. And it's that private cancer pharmacy that was responsible for hiring a lot of these doctors that treat cancer that you see today. But that's my past life. I was invited here because, well, this presentation is mainly about insolvency. And hopefully at the end of the presentation, we shall have less work for insolvency attorneys, because I come from the other side of business that believes that businesses shouldn't collapse if we can somehow find a way of harnessing the potential that we collectively have as individuals. I'm going to use a case study of my company, Guardian Health. It's the largest retail pharmacy chain in Uganda. We have presence, it's also the only nationally spread. We have presence in districts as diverse as Mbarara to Gulu to Mbale, Jinja, name it. And we are currently looking to We're now at around 21 stores. We should be maybe at 45 within 2 years. I'm going to show you why. So, and how. So this is a typical Guardian. This is a new store in Jinja at Rubis. But the main aim of our talk today is to tell you how we did it. How does a guy from Seta who used to fetch water at the age of 6, how is he able to build a business that's probably valued at maybe $11 to $15 million now from just 50,000? To start that, I'll tell you my story. As I grew up in Seta, like I stayed, in a family of 28 children. My father was a well-traveled man. He wasn't rich, he was a teacher. I went to Namiyango College, so the Minister of Justice, who was just here, I'm proud to call him my Obi and a friend. We think that a combination of that hustle spirit that you learn through poverty and what you learn in places like Namiyango builds you up to build resilient companies. I believe, quite frankly, that my story is not unique from all the stories of people who come and register companies with Ursb. Last time we checked, more than 28% of Ugandans either directly own or co-own a business. But when you look at how many of these businesses make it past their 5th birthday, just a minuscule of them. So if we don't do something about this challenge, we'll most likely end up with many people banging on your doors to help them wind up their companies. And I don't think that's a good thing. So because most people actually think that the reason businesses fail is because they lack financing, I could make an argument to the contrary, but for the purposes of today's conversation, I'll limit myself to financing. And because most of you are attorneys, I will show you using the Guardian case study how you can be able to help your clients get out of insolvency or avoid insolvency without using the traditional methods that we are seeing today. Quite frankly, because the cost of capital in this market is crazy, it's almost impossible to build a business that is not selling cocaine using bank money. So I started Guardian Health when I was still a student at the University of Washington. I got this name when, step back a bit. When I was in London for grad school still, I used to like the Guardian newspaper. So it had a section called Guardian Health. So previously I thought it would be so nice to build an insurance company. So you basically provide healthcare and then provide healthcare insurance. Basically you win everything. So that's how we got that name. Started it in 2012 with 50,000, and quickly we grew to a turnover of more than $2 million in like 2 years. Started in Kabalagala, a stone's throw from here. We grew organically. But because of excitement, we somehow ended up expanding faster than our resources would allow, and we came to the brink of collapse. So essentially, we moved from turning over more than $2 million to turning over less than 100 million shillings a month. So people who know how companies work, we were on our last lifeline. So we had to think super fast in order to be able to save this company. At the time, we didn't know about the winding down process that would have saved a lot of headaches. So I wish I knew you earlier, Alan. Maybe I would have saved myself a lot of these problems. So at the time, we had more than 150 employees, and everyone, depended on us. So you get to the end of the month, you don't have money to pay, but you have people who depend on you. So we had to be creative. Banks couldn't loan us money. Imagine a bank that has been banking maybe $2 million, can't even give you $50,000 in loans. And if they accept to give you that money, they are going to demand security that is to the extent of this. So a person from Bugisu who is the son of a teacher cannot afford that kind of collateral. So we had to find alternative ways of finding financing, and I'm very glad that it's what we did, and have eventually used that money very well, I must say, to build this company to a behemoth that it is, and it's going to become long after Natif has left. I am very privileged to be giving this presentation with Kasenge, who did our first books and advised us a lot on financial prudency. So the limits of my talk today is going to be around what a fund is, how do they make money, how does this money get shared. This is a very interesting topic for you guys in Ursb, redomiciliation and how it is costing the Ugandan economy a lot of money. I think Ursb can retool itself to be able to attract some of this money into the region, because I'm seeing Kenya doing the same thing. I'll take you through quickly through investment cycles, company financing journeys, and stuff like that. So at its core, a business is funded by two things. It's either equity or debt. You, the shareholders, have to bring in money, or you have to go elsewhere, sell your interests in the company and raise money. So because, like I told you, I grew up fetching water in the streets of Seta and maybe later selling a bit of weed, I couldn't be able to raise enough money to be able to finance this company. I went to Namiriango, ran as a money lender, still raised a bit of money, but it wasn't enough to finance this company. So later, I had to be creative and raised maybe around $50,000, and we started. We grew super fast and almost hit a wall. So we had to look for something we call a private equity fund. So I want you to get out of this meeting knowing that one of the solutions you're going to have to give to your clients, beyond let's go to Ursb and wind up this company, is have you tried to look at a private equity fund? Because these guys are out there dangling billions of dollars of money, and most of our people are dying with bank loans when all they have to do is go back and say, well, fundamentally, I have equity, I don't have money, I need to find someone who has money, who understands the business landscape, and we partner and grow this company. It's something that I am super happy I got to do, albeit maybe a bit late because I could have saved a bit of more equity, but I have no regrets. It's worked out fantastic. So a fund really the basic idea is the same. People pool money, they give it to an investor goes and looks for companies like mine, puts that money, grows that company, and then flips it and moves to the next stage. List any of the biggest companies you see in the world. This is the fundamental model by which they grow. Look at Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg comes and tells you, you know, I was in a dorm, I had this brilliant idea at Harvard, and then I needed money, I was running out of money, I couldn't hire developers and all that stuff. Peter Thiel came and wrote me a $500,000 check. Check out who Peter Thiel is. And it's that money, in exchange, I gave him some equity. In hindsight, I gave him too much. But you know what? I run a multi-billion-dollar business. It is the same model fundamentally that our companies need to learn, and you lawyers who are the chief advisors in this space, you need to be familiar with this so that you can school some of the people. I know a lot of lawyers in these streets do what we call usury. So this is the practice of lending money at exorbitant interest rates, and then you end up taking people's property. Okay? This practice hasn't just started today. This practice goes way back in the Old Testament, in the days of Ezekiel and whatever. He actually put it in the same class as rape, robbery, and murder. It has been responsible for a lot of the companies. I don't have to look at your database at Ursb, but a lot of your companies that come to your door looking to be wound up will be victims of this. In fact, in Greece, when the government chose to regularize this, basically deregulate the money lending market, it resulted in a lot of Athenians being sold into slavery. For us here, it results in a lot of our companies collapsing. Okay? Which is why we are the most entrepreneurial country in the world, pretty much, but also we see the highest death rate of companies. It's because people do not have ways of finding alternative financing. So, how do these funds work? So, world over, there's more than $1 trillion of money that is looking for a home. In Africa, you have more than $7 billion of this money looking for a home. But you know where it ends up? It ends up in South Africa, it ends up in Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal, a bit of Kenya. In East Africa alone, every year, you have nearly $3 billion of money that is looking for a home. Still, this money, Uganda doesn't attract much of it. The companies that attract that kind of money in Uganda, I'll tell you, in my circles of entrepreneurs, and most of us, if you look on Twitter or you look at the companies that are now making noise in the Ugandan space, entrepreneurial space, the companies run by people my age. But even a lot of them, you tell them about this kind of financing, and it's like you're telling them about rocket science. So I am one of the few pioneers who went out and said, I'm desperate. A bank can't loan me money. A bank once pulled a loan. After confirming it on a Friday, they pulled it on a Monday because of a bounce check 4 months back. So I was stuck. I either wind up and go back to the US and be a pill pusher or write publications in public health, or I fold my sleeves and get money. So I had to go out and look for $3 million. It only took me what? Mr. Kasenge, was it 4 months? Yeah. Within 4 months, I had $3 million. And from that point, the story of Guardian hasn't looked back. So a lot of these funds look for companies in the space of healthcare. Healthcare is obvious. There's an impact question. It's easy to get exits, and I wish that the people of Capital Markets Authority give more attention to this space, because people invest their money, they want to exit these companies. And you see that 24% of the investments on the African continent in this space were in healthcare. They also look at energy. When you look at the African continent, more than 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. Okay? Now, for you to be able to close that gap, we have to increase the investments in that space fourfold so that you bridge that gap by 2040. So this is investments to the tune of $800 billion. So a lot of money is going to flock here through alternative investment into the energy space. And also, you need to understand, there's a reason these guys will be looking at the African continent. Here, systems don't work. The bank operates like a loan shark. The same bank that is loaning me money, the same owners of that bank will be loaning Bitature money at 100% interest rates. So they are doing it without anyone stopping them. So Africa is like the wild, wild west. But also you need to understand that our population is growing so fast. By 2050, everyone in 4 humans will be African. So it's a new frontier, and you guys in the legal profession are going to be at the far end of this frontier. You need to familiarize yourselves with these concepts so you can be able to advise your clients and make money while at it. I look at people who do deals in this space, and I wonder, a company is doing deals in Kampala, but they're flying in Kenyan lawyers to pay them $200,000 to basically just look at agreements. It's ridiculous. So I believe you need to be able to position yourselves in this space. Education is obvious. Food and agribusiness, those are obvious. Fintech, you'll find that 9% of the African GDP is built on fintech, and this is just growing further. It shouldn't surprise you that firms like KTA that are looking at fintech are now starting to make a killing, because a lot of money is coming in through those channels. I'm sad I missed Silva Kayondo's presentation yesterday, but I follow him on Twitter, and I see he preaches this gospel pretty much. So how is a fund set up? Basically, a fund has what we call general partners and limited partners. So a GP is the guy who owns money. So you, myself, Kasenge, Steven, can pool money and say, okay, we're going to give it to Alan to invest for us. So Alan looks for a company like Guardian and says, well, man, what's your valuation? Maybe it's $2 million. So I'm going to bring in $3 million, buy equity into your company, put a corporate governance structure in place, hire a CFO so that I can easily follow my money, make things right with URA,
and then be able to do what? To build value. Just them re-engineering that section of your company, the corporate governance structure, making sure you file your taxes, making sure you have your books in order, they have already built value. Okay? Then they pump in money. Within 2 years, 3 years, even if you're not making profit, that company is more profitable to them. So you'll find that in 2 years, that company is worth $10 million. They sell it at $10 million, their $3 million is suddenly 7. You, who had a company that was going to be knocking on Alan's door to get advice on how to wind up, you're suddenly walking away with $3 million. Then you start the process of what? Reinvesting in other people. It's not rocket science, and we should embrace it. It pisses me off that less than 1% of the loans issued in this market are non-bank loans. Non-bank or non-loan shark loans. So anyway, these guys pull money together. They form what we call a fund, a private equity fund, run by an LP, and then that fund looks for investments. It pours in that money with a view of getting returns. Now, those returns can be gotten from someone else coming and acquiring a company. So for me, if you're familiar with, say, the UK or South Africa, a cliques can come and say, well, now you sell us your Guardian because we don't have the time to build. Or if you're in energy, a huge South African conglomerate can come up and say, well, we don't have time to build. We don't have 10 years. Sell us your thing. I have to sell with a profit. Now, I told at a previous Ursb talk, I told entrepreneurs that build your company like you're building it to sell it. Okay? Because a company is not your child. Fundamentally, your family is your family. Your company exists to make money while meeting a societal need. So, from the start, build that company like you're building to exit it. Not to hand it to your child, not to hand it to anyone. That's how you're going to build value, both for yourself, for your country, and for your employees. Now, the rounds of financing. There's largely 4 or 4.5. So a startup comes up with a brilliant idea. For instance, Facebook with, we want to connect people from a dorm room, and they need to raise a bit of money, rent a space, hire developers, and all that stuff. They find a person like Peter Thiel has 500,000. That stage of financing is called pre-seed or seed. Usually pre-seed is, I need money to pay Ursb to be able to register my company. That is usually from your pocket or from your relatives or from your friends. Then from that point on, I need money to rent. I need money to buy the first product. I need money to that. Now that's seed. So you look around. If we normalize looking around for money to put in our companies, because now people recognize shares as an alternative asset class, we shall be on the way to building this economy on a footing that is relatable to what you see in the West. Okay? So from pre-seed, that company is looking for between $10K to $2 million. We'd say $3 to $6 million valuation. It's an idea stage. Then Series A is where for us we were when we got our first financing in 2012. We've got the idea, we've showed we can make money, and we need maybe $2, $3, $4 million to be able to push our idea to the national stage. So we do that. Then Series B is the next stage. Maybe a big shark comes up and says, okay, you guys sell me your thing. I'm giving you $20 million, go and retire. I will go back happily to the mountains, and also my customers will be very happy. You understand? So then you have Series C. Now this is where you have behemoths. This is where hedge funds come in and put tons of money. So how do these people share this loot? Lawyers, you have a lot of money to make here if you pay attention to because you're the ones who are going to be structuring these kinds of transactions. So a guy comes and says, well, I've given you money, you go and invest. So you are not taking any risk, it is not your money, and he's paying you, say, 2% in management fees every year to be able to do what? To invest this money. So you're the LP. So you're the GP. So you get, the LP gets their capital back. They get a defined preferred return. So they'll say, well, for every $1 million you give me and I invest, from the point of investing that money, I give you a 20% return every year. Okay? Now, this is why these guys come in and squeeze your clients who are selling their companies, because they want to make as much money at the buying stage and as much money as possible at the exit stage, because they promise heaven and earth to the people who own the money. Okay? And I think Ugandans who are building huge apartments need to consider this kind of investing because it returns a lot more money than cement and concrete. So then they get what we call the preferred returns. Then the GP, the investor, gets a catch-up. If I've given you your $1 million plus 20%, I also get a 20% off of the profit, of whatever is left. That's catch-up. Then you proceed, and then they split at usually standard 80-20. The owner of the money takes 20. 80, the owner of the other money takes, the investor, the fund takes 20. So that's a lot of the thing that you read about in the papers, especially if you read the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times. That's the stuff they call carried interest. It's the reason that off of the top 100 billionaires in the world, nearly half of that has a list of hedge fund managers. They make money from thin air. And we as Ugandans need to be able to embrace this kind of thing of making money to help both finance our companies, but also build wealth internally. Nigeria has done it, and you're seeing that Nigerians have proper international banks owned by Nigerians. It's not by accident. Kenya is doing it. You see it's starting to embrace it. You see that a lot of now Kenyan companies are making noise. It's not rocket science. Now, what does the taxman get? Usually the taxman will get payroll taxes and all that stuff because most of this stuff is not domiciled in Uganda. Okay? And this is also an opportunity for Ursb. Why should people go to Delaware to register their companies? Look at how Mauritius has built their economy off of finance. It is by making registration of these companies easy, by negotiating for favorable tax regimes that promote inward flow of capital into the country. I missed Silver's talk, but I think he hinted on this. I want to think he hinted on this. So, offshoring, that's something I've been talking about, and probably this is the last slide. I want you to go and look into, there's an Irish town called Shannon, and how it drove the Chinese economic boom, and see if Uganda can't do something similar. Then read about the Celtic Tiger and the economic turnaround that caused. And but then I'm going to talk to tell you about a few of these offshoring places and some of the advantages they offer. Look at Hong Kong. Incorporation fees, 0. Corporation tax, 0 for entities that are operating outside jurisdiction. Okay? So a lot of companies will go out there and register their companies. But you know what? The sweatshops in there, small law firms, okay, they're not small, but because they turn over billions of dollars. But by international standards, they may look like small law firms. They make millions of dollars off of fees. So if I register a company in Mauritius or I register a company in Seychelles, I'll be sending $10,000 on almost regularly to these companies just to do what? To manage paperwork. So that's why countries like Mauritius have built their economies deliberately off of corporate finance and tourism. They will tell you, oh, let's go and see the highest mountain in Mauritius. It's not much higher than this building. But because you have a lot of money flying around in the jurisdiction, people will go and pour money in those economies. Then Panama. There's asset protection against seizures. There's corporate tax 0 for outside generated revenue and a lot of that stuff. Cayman Islands, you guys have also read about the Panama Papers. There have been so many movies about the Panama Papers. Try and understand the legal underpinnings behind those Panama Papers. Don't just go and say, oh man, this rich politician had their money in Panama. It is not a crime. Okay? It is socialists who are pushing this narrative that it is actually a crime to be able to provide platforms to allow for investment. But those kinds of investments are what grow companies like mine. I have moved from pushing water in SETA to employing more than 200 Ugandans. Okay? It's from machinations like this, nothing illegal, build your value, and then have someone else come and buy into that value, and then grow it together. Let them help you. My fund has helped me so much. And then push it out to another guy, and move on, and repeat the cycle. I don't know if any of you guys have questions. I hope you weren't expecting me to tell you about how I opened Pharmacy XYZ. That's a conversation I gave to other business people because for them they're more interested in the nitty-gritties of how you build. For you, I was thinking you'd better benefit from me tickling your mind about, how you tap into the billions of dollars that are out there waiting for transactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natif. Let's please appreciate him. One second. I think that was very helpful for us. The legal practice and I think for the accountants, of course, it's always been about finance and the numbers. But for the lawyers, I think we all agree that the legal practice has moved. We're business partners. We're no longer just giving legal advisory. We're no longer just doing litigation and the likes, waiting for, going to court with our clients for the court orders, insolvency and the like. We're now business partners, and I think it's very important that we get to understand how we can advise on funding. So we'd really like to appreciate you, Natif, for that discussion and explanation on how we can get funding and advise our clients accordingly. I now would like to ask if we have any questions. Please put up your hand and we can ask him to clarify on anything that wasn't clear, or if you have a comment or an addition to what he has discussed. Yes, please, go ahead. It's on, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Natif, for that presentation. I think one of the challenges to this private equity is the valuation of the business. Because if you are going to invite a private partner, the question will be what percentage of the business is the person taking? So the owner of the business tends to overestimate the business, and they may think it is worth maybe $10 million, and yet it might be much less. So I wanted the Natif to give us his own experience of what percentage did he give to the investors to attract them to invest in his business.
Okay, thank you. We'll have him respond to you. Any other questions? Please feel free to ask. Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you. Your microphone, okay. We can't hear you. Rachel, please assist.
Sorry about that. I'm called Daniel Angwalia. I don't want to sound pessimistic as such. On the other hand, I want to be realistic. And for this, I would like to put a question to Mr. Natif. He said that in a period of 4 months, he was able to raise $3 million or $4 million. The question is, how? Where do you find those people who can gladly give you millions of dollars to finance a struggling company? If you could, if you would like to answer this in private, allow me to look for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Natif will be here to answer shortly. Yes, yes, ma'am. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Agatha. I just wanted to add on to the first question. When you're seeking funding of a struggling company, it's a bit different from when you're raising funding for a company that's not struggling. So to be a bit more realistic, let's focus on a struggling company. What is the value that you are attaching to a struggling value? Is it the value before it started struggling, or the value at the point of struggle? So because once you're trying to raise funding for a struggling company, you're unable to pay your debts, you actually have nothing at all. So in fact, your value is zero at that point. So if you're trying to raise capital for your struggling business, are you looking at the value before you struggled? Is that what the private equity fund is looking at valuing your business at? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a final question from Mr. Kayondo. And then, Alan, if I could have one question from online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Natif. I have one question. I think you didn't complete the thought well. You said that our revenue bodies maybe can only earn capital gains tax or maybe some sort of employment taxes of this transaction. In your experience, what are those issues that make the fund formation process sort of domiciled out of Uganda? Because I believe that would really enrich Ursb if it's able to do all these, the legal reviews and things they have. Personally, I've noticed one. It's just that our law is not clear on the LLP structure as to whether a limited liability partnership is indeed a separate legal entity from the partners in it. So I think if the day that's clarified, we could see some more traction and uptake, because even for law firms, it's quite problematic if you're structuring your GP and LP structures within the current Partnerships Act. I thought the amendment would have cured that, but it seemed to be about beneficial owners rather than the actual pain points in the Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Natif. Let's answer those 4 questions and get to the next presenter.
Do you hear me? Okay, perfect. So valuation. A certain gentleman, I don't know his name, he didn't say his name. Albert and the lady Agatha, they asked pretty much the same question. Now, valuation is not an exact science. Valuation is a negotiation. So they will hire all these fancy lawyers, they will hire all these fancy accountants and transaction advisors. In some of our transactions, we'll have a buyer bring in a transaction advisor from the top law firm in the US, top law firm in the UK, top law firm in Kenya, all onto the table to argue about whether water is wet. Now, because you guys have known about this, and entrepreneurs that like Ursb gathered fairly recently have known about this, you will know that the best time to sell your company is not when it's struggling. It's when it's making money. That's how you get the most value. So someone told me about private equity in 2015, at the time when I was on fire. We're making decent money, we're growing. If I'd taken up the valuation at the time, as opposed to 2016 when we had overexpanded and run out of money, I would have gotten more value. I have this analogy that I use a lot, and it's true in my situation, as it will be true to another guy who chooses to go down this route and wants to reinvent the wheel. Think about you saving money to buy a Ferrari, and then suddenly you run out of fuel, you don't have money to buy fuel, and the guy comes and says, you know what, I need 50% of that Ferrari, and I am only giving you enough money to be able to drive to a fuel station in Jinja. So you either abandon the Ferrari and people carry it off the streets in the night and you lose, or you take whatever money you require to get to the gas station and power up your Ferrari. So don't wait. Would you rather wait to run out of fuel, or do you refuel your cars before your fuel gauge tells you it's on empty? So if you sell your company when it's on the up, by sell, I'm not meaning get out of it. Get partners in when you're still banging. Or get partners in when you're at the start, the idea stage. Okay? But if you started making money, and now you're going into the expansion stage, there's a risk there that you need to mitigate by having a lot of dry powder, which is now cash, that will allow you to fight through a lot of these headwinds. Okay? So you go and look for partners when you're still sound. That's when you retain a bit of equity. But also, a lot of Ugandans fear to be in the minority. We have minority protection clauses within our laws. Two, I don't see the point of, and this is a very huge, I'm not talking about just private equity. I don't preach the gospel of private equity per se. I am here to talk about alternative financing, where you're using the equity you have in your company to attract money. You need to be able to accept that owning 100% of a 10 million shilling company is worse than owning 10% of a $10 million company. This is good for your ego. You can fire and hire whoever you like, but it's not good for your bank account. It's not good for a lot of your dreams down the road. So what you need to do as a first-time founder or second-time founder is be okay with being in a minority if that's what it takes, if the timing of your raise is poor. Raise that money, build value, exit it, and then move on to the next stage where you'll be in the majority. Bill Gates owns less than 2% of Microsoft. No one laughs at him for being poor. The people he hired, Steve Ballmer and whatever, they own more stake in Microsoft than he does. But he's okay. He's doing things that interest him. I want to be able to move and go and climb mountains and run marathons and do whatever because I didn't get hung up on being majority or minority. So, answer your question, raise when you're high. For me, I got lucky because I'm in a very, for lack of a better word, a very desired industry. Healthcare world over is really desired for the reasons I told you earlier. So, and this fund had approached me earlier, so they knew the historicals, they knew our potential, and they knew exactly what I'd used my money for to get territory. So I'd bought a Ferrari, they're in the market looking for a Ferrari. So it was just usually that difference in valuation is an opportunity to negotiate. So never run away from a negotiation because you feel like you're not getting the kind of value that you're looking for. Anyway, Daniel asked, how did I raise nearly $3 million or $3 million in 3 months? I will tell you, since I raised that money, I've raised $12 million for other Ugandan companies and taken nothing in payment. My raise wasn't the fastest. The fastest was $5 million in 2 months. There is so much money. I am not exaggerating. There's so much money flying around in the East African market looking for a home. It's just that, one, we don't have practitioners who give these funds the comfort that they can come in here and be able to do what? To do this kind of deal and grow their value. They also don't have examples of successful investments. Some of them have taken risks and invested here. People have either run away with their money or companies have failed. But when they see a company like this, and this is why I happily come and give these talks to you guys, the elite, it's to encourage other people to, one, take up this kind of financing, two, to enlighten you about its possibility, but also show the people who have this kind of money that it's possible to actually grow value by taking risks. Because when these guys bring money, all I have is equity. And my contract saying, I will be here, I'll shepherd your money until you're tired of me or you kick me off the board or whatever. You understand? So it's the only security you provide. You don't provide anything. You continue earning your salary, you continue having your houses, you continue doing whatever you want to do. So it's not rocket science. If you want, you can also talk to Stephen. He has helped people raise money before. There's money in this market. It's just that we don't want to take it up. We are so hung up on being the owners of our own companies, like we want to turn them over to, our grandchildren and stuff like that, like how the Indian communities do. But these guys have financing going back hundreds of years. So we don't have that luxury. You're first-generation graduate in your family. You're first-generation founder. You do not have those deep pockets. Your father is not a rich government official or something. So you don't have those rich, deep pockets. So you have to be creative. And the earlier we realize that, the better. Then there was a question on, yes. I feel like Silva answered his own question. And I think Silva can write a paper on this. The legal framework here does not allow for the kind of business that we see the likes of Mauritius do. The government of Uganda loses out on a lot of money, say gets paid in jurisdictions that are outside Uganda for companies that operate in Uganda, because the law is not structured to allow these people to bring their kind of money here. You saw what happened in this Vantage case. At the bottom of that was the issue that Silva is talking about. If we had a legal framework, he's a lawyer, for me, I sell Viagra and Durex. If I know this stuff by experience, he knows it by experience and books. So he should be able to write a paper on this that should advise Ursb on how to retool this system and advise our legislators to create a favorable investment for money to come up here. Kenya is doing it. Of course, the Western world has been up in arms accusing Kenya of being money launderers and all that stuff. But go back and look at what Delaware is doing. Go back and look at what London, how London was built. Read this book, okay? And you see how the financial markets have been built off of the law and creating havens to allow for growth of the financial sector. And once the financial sector grows and people know that I can invest in company X and I can then sell it on the Ugandan Stock Exchange to other people, that means they're now recognizing that asset class. You're going to see money power in here that is going to blind you. So that lawyer, the lawyer who asked that question behind, I am happy to talk to you privately, Daniel, but I'm telling you, it's not rocket science. The money is here. It's also the money that underpins your banks. It is the money that DFCU is relying on. Its shareholders own this money. So someone said, now when you look at the way this structure works, you will be tempted to think that corporate finance is a new form of colonialism. I'll tell you that colonialism went through the door. It came through the back window in the form of corporate finance. A lot of those companies are owned by the same guys who were our slave masters, the same guys who are our colonizers. You'll be very surprised. Please read a bit about it, and then you can buy me coffee in appreciation.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Please appreciate him one more time. About what he sells, please do not try it at home. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And you can reach out later towards the end and say hello and exchange cards and continue the discussion. I'll just ask you to allow me to give Mr. Kasenge a minute. He wanted to make a comment, and then we can go to our next, to the panel discussion. He's a senior CPA. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, you would be shocked. There's lots of money. These guys are always here looking for investments. The only thing that we need to work on as Ugandans is this thing of owning Mica thing. And we start structuring our businesses in such a way that we can accommodate other people to come into the business. Because many times in our profession and in our practice, people come and tell you we're looking for a company where we need to deploy $10 million, and the governance must be right. They must be willing to give up X percentage. They must be in this field. They must be looking beyond themselves for the business. And in most cases, actually in most of the negotiations, most of these are normally family businesses. And towards the end, when you're about to finish the signing, then the children come in and wives come in and start complaining that, Daddy, I've been running a canteen, say in a school. Now, when these guys come in, I may not be able to run that business anymore. We need to look at the bigger picture if we would like to would like to attract this kind of capital. And there's maybe something that Natif has not told you. Of course, just like any other business, there are always challenges. And I know some businesses owners have had challenges with private equity because of the philosophy, business philosophy. Sometimes people believe in hiring children, their wives and all that, but these people would like you to be as professional as possible, and certain issues where you may not have experience, they would like to be involved in hiring these people and also to streamline the business such that they can also be able to sell it. As Natif said, as long as you look beyond yourself owning this business and you start preparing this business for anyone else to take up, then you're going to make it. And I think we as professionals, this is what we need to keep on clarifying. And again, before I close, I would like to say that the money is available. Many times people come to us and we keep on looking for these businesses, but there are many factors that stop us, and part of the factors is opening up. Let's ensure that when we run businesses, we are running them past our time, and we're not planning to hand them over to our children, but to maximize value out of the companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment. I hope that was very helpful. Colleagues, we'll now move to the last part of our discussion today, the panel. I know we've been waiting for this. The panel discussion is about emerging trends in insolvency practice in Uganda. We're expecting 4 panelists. I'll just take you through who they are and why they will be speaking to us. It is an honor to introduce this particular first one, and all of them, of course. The first person I'm going to ask to come up and take their seat is a co-founder, partner at Nambale Nerima and Company Advocates. He has served as a board member of Capital Markets Authority since 2014 to date. He's definitely a seasoned advocate, an exceptional lecturer. He's a passionate teacher, as you all know. He still teaches to date in different ways and at different forums. He was the head of department, continuing legal education and legal aid from 2013 to 2015 at Law Development Center. He holds a master's in corporate and commercial law from University of London. He has a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University and, of course, a diploma in legal practice. He's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. He's a member of Law Society and East African Law Society. He is an author, as most of you know, of the Uganda Insolvency Law Handbook. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you, Mr. Nerima Nelson. Please take your seat. Yes, sir. It doesn't matter. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. The next one is a Ugandan and South African dual-trained foreign FDI trained lawyer. He has specialized in inward-bound investments and commercial relationships across East Africa. He's written quite a bit, as you know. He's an advocate. He's advised governments and different organizations, regulators, on financing, on mergers and acquisitions, on joint ventures and partnerships. He's a partner at Otis, and he will be our moderator for this panel discussion. Please help me welcome Silva Kayondo. Our next discussant is an advocate as well. He is the head of legal at UCC. He has a directorate in insolvency. He's just concluded it. He previously worked with Uganda Revenue Authority in compliance and enforcement. He is a managing consultant at Salam Consultancy Limited. I think that's his organization. And he's done a bit of work in insolvency. I have the honor and privilege to welcome Abdu Waswa Salem to speak to us. You're welcome. The next one is a colleague and a senior officer at Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Rachel. She is a senior registration and compliance officer with the Directorate of Insolvency. She's a holder of a Master's of Laws degree and a bachelor's from Makerere University. She is an advocate, and she has a diploma in tax and revenue administration from the East African School of Taxation. She is a member of Uganda Law Society and East African Law Society. She's someone who attends to you on a daily basis, and she's been very helpful in this conference. Please put your hands together for Rachel Nyirinji. She was also helpful in putting together the journal, as they had earlier explained to us. Colleagues, Alan? Winnie? Okay, so we'll have those. Our fourth one is not able to join us, but we'll begin. Silva, over to you.
Thanks, Patience. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here again on this panel. I think we concluded on a good note. Maybe what Natif didn't tell you is that he hosts some of the best private parties in Kampala. So if you have cool. So how do we solve this conundrum? The people with ideas do not have the money, and the people with the money do not have the ideas. That seems to be the underlying theme that I picked from the other session. So joining me is a panel of 3 distinguished practitioners who will at least be sharing some insights about how do we position right for some of these opportunities and trends, how do we raise some of this money, but also how do we build the business in a sustainable manner. The panel will run for 1 hour, maybe probably about 45 minutes since we spent for time, and then we'll have 20 minutes to interact with the audience. In 5 minutes, I'll invite the panelists to introduce themselves and just give their opening remarks about the general topic. I think it's only fair that we start with practitioners. I have a conflict of interest there. So I'm inclined to give the floor to Mr. Nerima to start. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Silva. And thank you, Ursb, for organizing this conference and the panel discussion. I was introduced as a member of Capital Markets Authority, but the truth is that I served 2 terms. And my second term ended in December last year. So I'm no longer a director of Capital Markets Authority. But I was given other assignments, which I will not talk about presently. The topic is emerging trends in insolvency practice. There are not very many, but of course, one of them is the amendment of the Act. And I'm sure our colleague Rachel will talk about the salient features of the amendment and maybe the upcoming regulations. From the court side, there are not very many cases, but there are 1 or 2 cross-cutting and dominant themes which we shall share shortly. Once again, I'm very happy to be here, and I look forward to participating in the discussion.
Rachel, your turn. It's a lady on the panel.
Thank you, Silva. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. As introduced, I'm a Senior Registration and Compliance Officer with the Directorate of Insolvency and Receivership. And the directorate executes the mandate of the official receiver, which is regulation of insolvency practice in Uganda. We register insolvency practitioners. We have been promoting the gospel of corporate rescue of late, which is why we are focusing on today's topic, emerging trends. And one of the key trends has been corporate rescue. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope that we'll discuss more and divulge more into corporate rescue.
And our doctor, fresh from doctorate studies.
Thank you very much, Silva. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdusalam Waiswa. If you're happy, you can add doctor on the name. I'm the head legal and compliance at the Uganda Communications Commission, with a lot of passion in seeing businesses grow. And these days, I call myself the business doctor. The business doctor because I feel as an individual that as a country, we have a lot of potential to grow, start, and see businesses get better. But most times, our business cannot survive. It's a fact, widely reported, that many of our companies cannot even survive their first, second birthdays. And that's a problem. So I feel like all of us as professionals, but also as Ugandans, we have a duty to see to it that we put our energies, thought processes together to support businesses. So listening to my brother Nassif talking about how we can fund businesses, I was seated with my brother Daniel, and in our minds we were saying, oh, maybe he's now providing a solution that has been missing in the puzzle. Because from the discussion we shall have this afternoon, and even other members have already noted, rescuing a business is so much about money. It's very difficult to talk about rescuing a business without money. And that is many times the defining factor, whether a business will survive death or it will be rescued. And therefore, when we get hope that indeed it's possible to get funding from outside the mainstream financial services, I mean the providers, that gives hope. And I think from this discussion we shall note that generally there is hope for this market. Even Ursb as a regulator and a government agency, I think is also positioning itself so well in nurturing corporate rescue, because with all these amendments and now this inclusion of post-commencement finance, from my research, it is very clear that if you are talking about developing any corporate rescue framework, if you miss providing clear on how post-commencement financing will be managed, then however good you are in the other aspects, chances are high that you won't get so far, because most businesses are collapsing, not because of the other reasons, but mainly because of money. Of course, other factors, corporate governance is key, but without money, however good your corporate governance structures might be, you cannot turn around a business. So we are happy to have this conversation, and I'm looking forward to interact with the members, but also listening to the views and ideas on how we can together build and improve the corporate structure, the corporate rescue framework and turnaround structure in Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I think when you hear of words like post-commencement finance, dry powder, new blood, you know things are about to get real. So I think, Mr. Nerima, at this point, I'll bring you back into the discussion. You earlier told us generally there are some emerging trends of a few recent court decisions that have come from our courts. Maybe you could elaborate more on that and maybe the implications of those decisions.
Thank you, Silva. Maybe before I talk about court decisions and trends, I will talk about generally about the insolvency landscape, what I have observed. And I think many of you have also observed that there is an uptick in the number of companies winding up. I think you've noticed the notices whereby liquidators are being appointed. I've not done an investigation to find out the reasons behind it, but I think it's a worrying sign that many companies are deciding to wind up and close shop. It would be interesting to do a scientific study and find out why many companies are deciding to exit the business arena. Another interesting development, which my colleague will talk about, of course, is the simplification of the process of closing a company which is already on the register. The previous legal regime required a lot of steps, including a liquidator in every winding up. And maybe that would have been a revenue source for many people in the audience and on this floor, on this platform rather. But with the simplification of the process, I believe there will be a reduced role for the insolvency practitioner, apart from maybe updating returns, but that one anyone can do. I was asking Mr. Antale yesterday, and he told me even when you want to go through the simplified procedure, that you are no longer in business, you still have to file returns. So if a company has Asian directors and shareholders who were expelled in 1972, and they want to close and deregister, I asked, does it mean they must file returns for 51 years? Are those 51 years from 1972? And the answer was yes. So maybe for the insolvency practitioner, there might be no revenue for you, but I think for URA, that is revenue. A return is how much? Is it 50,000? That is 50,000 times 51 years. So you could see the process has been simplified, but on the other hand, there is also a cost element. So it will be interesting to see how this one affects insolvency practice, that the process of closing is much easier, albeit a little bit more costly. Then from the legal side, of course, knowing the challenges with litigation, it takes time. There are a number of cases pending in courts concerning bankruptcy and winding up, most of which have not been resolved. But I just wanted to point out one or two areas. That is the concept of liquidation and receivership. Can it go on indefinitely? Can liquidation or receivership go on indefinitely? The Insolvency Act does not have a time limit for the closure of a liquidation. The company is dissolved and removed from the register when the liquidator files his or her final report. But the law does not guide on how long it will take or whether you must take certain steps to ensure that you do it within a reasonable time. So the question is it likely that a court will one of these days say that much as the law does not have a time limit, you must do it within a reasonable time? And if you fail, the court might intervene and say, game up. I think some of you are already thinking about the case which I'm thinking about. Yes, Crane Bank Limited in receivership, where the Supreme Court said that under the Financial Institutions Act, the receivership is for a maximum of 12 months. And once the 12 months expired, the receivership ended. And since Current Bank is also a company incorporated under the Companies Act, it continues to exist as a company. Therefore, control of the company must revert to the shareholders of the company. I think that decision has far-reaching implications, even for companies which are not regulated even if they are not financial institutions or insurance companies? Might there be a scenario where a liquidator is challenged for continuing in office for an unreasonably long period of time? I myself happen to be a liquidator of a certain company, but there are challenges with completing liquidation. What steps are you reasonably required to take to ensure that you complete the process? And are those steps feasible or not feasible? So that is food for thought. As you take on liquidation work, be mindful that maybe sooner rather than later that question might arise. For how long can the liquidation go on? Or even a receivership. We've seen banks appointing receivers, but how long should the receivership be in force? Should it be indefinite, or there should be a time limit? I have seen in administrative law, courts have said that, for instance, you cannot keep a person under suspension indefinitely. You cannot keep a person on interdiction indefinitely. But I have not seen any court saying that you cannot carry out investigations indefinitely. Has there been any such decision in criminal law? Maybe indirectly, that a case might be dismissed for want of prosecution. But for our purposes, we must carefully think about the duration of receivership and the duration of liquidation in view of the Crane Bank decision. And relating to that, we should also be mindful that some procedures in the Act are time-bound, and hitherto the courts have been generous in extending, for instance, provisional administration. The provisional administration and administration of UTL lasted for how many years were they? Yes, I think about 5 years. But maybe questions might be asked in due course whether even an administration can last for 5 years or 6 years or 4 years. Supposing another creditor comes out and says, for me, I want to realize my security, or for me, I want to wind up, I cannot wait. Those are some areas which we must think about. Then lastly, when we talk about insolvency, hitherto it sounded a strange thing, both among practitioners and also on the bench. But I think as a positive development, insolvency is being appreciated more and more. And when we talk about trends, we cannot forget to mention that insolvency is being appreciated and mainstreamed more and more. Yesterday, we had a training for judicial officers in this same room, and you could see that there is a lot of interest for insolvency mechanisms. And I would like to thank the Registrar General and her team for the work you've done. When I was addressing the judicial officers yesterday, I made an analogy of plea bargain, that when I was a student, the word plea bargain was unheard of, maybe apart from the more developed jurisdictions. But within a very short time, plea bargain was introduced in Uganda, and it is now part and parcel of criminal practice. And the way we are going, I think very soon, insolvency will be part and parcel of our practice. Because the truth is that many of the cases in court are disguised attempts to get protection, which should be got under insolvency law rather than civil procedure. So if a person borrows money from the bank and does not have the ability to pay it in the short term or in the medium term and wants to buy time using a temporary injunction, you could see that the underlying problem is insolvency. So instead of getting a temporary injunction from the court, why not proceed under the Insolvency Act and get an interim order in pending provisional administration? And we were encouraging the judicial officers that where you see that a matter is actually an insolvency problem, maybe it should be referred to be dealt with under the appropriate legal regime. So I'm hopeful, and I'm already seeing that insolvency is becoming mainstream, and very soon it will be as normal as it is in America, where it is common for companies and individuals to file for bankruptcy protection, and there is no stigma around it. And for the young lawyers in the audience, I would encourage you to embrace some of these practice areas. I don't think everyone should be chasing temporary injunctions under the CPR, because you are now very many. But with these new emerging practice areas, I think we can take advantage of them. Sadly, we don't have the panelist who was supposed to talk about bailout, but as a practitioner, I know that that is also a very big area. It has no law governing it, but it has some practicalities which govern it. Maybe we would have benefited, but I presume that the other panelists and the members of the audience can tell us about bailout, especially the bailouts which are sponsored by government. There is a lot going on. It's not called bailout, but in effect it is bailout. Mr. Moderator, those are my few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nerima, and for the emphasis that the era of the stigma of the insolvency practitioner as an undertaker is long gone. It's no longer, we are no longer mortuary specialists, sort of putting businesses to an end, but once in a while, we might be called upon to act as exorcists. You just exorcise the demons, and if the client doesn't pay you, then you can get them repossessed with immediate effect. I'd like to come to you, Dr. Waiswa. UTL keeps coming up, conversations around business rescue interventions in the communication sector. What are some of those non-confidential things you can tell us, maybe from your perspective, having witnessed such a rescue operation that lasted 5 years in intensive care, and now we have a new entity back in force? Devices can't jam, we'll just withdraw the license.
Okay, so very interesting question. All of us, I think, know about the UTL story, and there's been a lot written about it, but also a lot published about UTL. In the telecommunication sector, just like most regulated businesses, we expect every operator to have their books of account in order, to be solvent at all times, and to be able to take care of their financial obligations whenever they arise. In fact, under the Uganda Communications Act, insolvency of an operator is a ground upon which the regulator can revoke the license. The difference is that what is insolvency under the Insolvency Act and insolvency to the common man is sometimes different. Many people refer to themselves as bankrupt because they does not have money to take their girlfriend for coffee, because they're unable to pay school fees for their children. They say, I'm bankrupt. Also, many businesses are still, they appear like they are going concerns. But when actually, technically speaking, if you apply the criteria, they are actually insolvent. The Insolvency Act is quite generous in its definition of an insolvent business. And the criteria adopted in Uganda is that of inability to pay debts. In some markets, they use financial distress as a criteria. In Uganda, it's inability to pay debts. And inability to pay debts is also defined under the law, Section 3 of the Insolvency Act, as where somebody is unable to pay their debt, which could be following a statutory debt, a statutory demand issued on them, or failure to settle a judgment debt, but also where they have not just met their financial obligation that they have become aware of. Now, unfortunately, many of the measures that are supposed to befall a company or even an individual, after they have shown signs of inability to pay debts, are dependent on processes in Uganda, mostly in court. In other countries, you can enter insolvency proceedings without going through court, like in South Africa, like in the US. But in Uganda, there must be an application to court where you apply and say, I'm unable to pay debts, and therefore either you take for liquidation, you go for administration, or for arrangement if you're an individual. Now, coming back to the question about UTL, for quite some time before 2017, it was a public secret that UTL was limping and was showing all signs and symptoms of inability to pay debts. Many of their books were clearly showing negative liquidity, were showing that in some cases they have a lot of assets, but the revenues are not coming through, but also inability to meet ongoing financial obligations. In Uganda, the criteria for determination of inability to pay debts is both asset-based, the balance sheet test, but also the cash flow test, where you could have a lot of assets worth billions of money. But if you're unable to pay your continuous obligations, you can still be seen to be cash flow insolvent. And indeed, if somebody, for example, issues a statutory demand against you, and for a company, somebody just needs to demand $2 million from you, you can actually be declared bankrupt as an individual, as a company, you can be liquidated. But for a period until 2017, there was no step by anybody to take this company into formal insolvency proceedings. So it kept operating, limping, going through a number of challenges, until 2017 when the government, following exit of some of the big funders and the shareholders, the government took what I would call a strategic decision to step in, reclaim this company with the hope that it could be rescued from the jaws of death. That decision was taken, in my view, strategically, and an application was made to court in 2017 around February to April, and an order was issued to place UTL in provisional administration. As you know, under the Insolvency Act, once you enter into provisional administration, the court will give you 30 days initially, within which the provisional administrator is supposed to prepare a report and present it to the creditors for them to make a decision whether or not to place the company into administration or ask for some more time during provisional administration before they confirm signature of the administration deed. Now, for UTL, without going into so many details, it entered into administration. The creditors were properly informed about what was happening, and the administrators were open. They mentioned to the creditors, and even the books indicated so, that the company was insolvent. Strictly speaking, an insolvent company shouldn't be placed under administration, because there is a difference between insolvency and showing signs of financial distress. Administration is meant to heal a business that is sick but still treatable. But where a company has become so sick that chances of treatment and recovery are almost minimal, then many times administration won't be appropriate. But because of the strategic nature of UTL, even with the confession in the financials that the company was indeed insolvent, its assets, its whole balance sheet was really bad. All stakeholders, creditors came together because they had belief that this company had potential. And we were able to work together to support this company through the process. And luckily, in November last year, it got out of administration and was handed over to another company, the Uganda Telecommunication Corporation Limited, and now it is operating as an independent company out of administration. In terms of corporate rescue, it is a success in the sense that, one, our incumbent operator on record was saved from going down. This company was employing quite many people. Over 500 people were working for that company. But through this process, many of these employees were able to maintain their jobs throughout this period of administration, and by the time it was handed over, about 150 of them were still working for this company. That, on a positive note, is good enough to note. But also, two, as a country, chances are high that if this company had closed, maybe other potential investors in the telecommunication sector would have lost interest and trust in the integrity of the sector, because they could have maybe said that by the time a government allows its incumbent operator to go down because of financial distress, then maybe there is no hope for any other investor in that country. So it's possible that it could have actually scared off other potential investors in the telecommunication sector. And then to us as regulators, the closure of that company could have created more Ugandans to be disconnected, to have suffered a communication gap, and which in a way somebody can argue there are many alternatives that they could have gone to. But as a regulator, we try as much as possible to save every business, because for every business saved, there are opportunities protected and made available to the public, the employees, the suppliers, and other people who depend on these businesses. So from the UTL example, without going into a lot of details, I can only say it is a case that exemplifies the need for all parties to work together for a common objective of supporting rescue. When a company goes into rescue, it requires support from everybody. Some of the support that is given need not be written under the law. I'll give an example of the licensing from the licensing perspective. Strictly taken, if a company goes into insolvency, as a regulator, you should revoke the license. But sometimes if you take that strict approach, then many jobs will be lost. There will be a lot of repercussions for the sector. So you must take what I would call a proactive approach and find a way of facilitating growth, survival of the company. And this, I think, is what everybody needs to give to these companies. If you're a lender and the company enters administration, you shouldn't be so fast to recall the loan and begin advertising the property for that company. Because when you do, you are further suffocating efforts by the company and the administrators to resuscitate this business. And even if you're also a supplier, it is important for you to know that when you see a company entering into corporate rescue, do not immediately invoke your rights under the contract to cancel all contracts. Because when you do that, you are killing every potential, every hope that this company could have had in the sector. And therefore, the legal regime needs to be structured in such a way that these measures we are talking about are not just given on the basis of somebody's understanding or support for the business, but rather made available to all deserving companies. The law, in terms of legal structure, there is certainly improvement. We cannot say that we are doing so badly, but indeed there are many areas that we can touch on, and I think maybe we'll talk more about some of these measures through which we can further support other businesses that may not necessarily be as advantaged as UTL, but also require support from everybody for them to survive at least for another 1 or 2 years and be able to continue employing Ugandans. And Mr. Nerima raised the issue of how long should a business really be in administration or even liquidation. By its nature, administration is a transitional process. You enter that procedure for purposes of allowing the administrator to diagnose the business, prescribe medicine, and measure through which it can be treated of its problems, and then you hand it over back to the owners. Or if you feel it cannot be saved, you also come out open and say, look, I've looked at the company's financials, its potential, it cannot be salvaged. Therefore, it should be moved from administration into liquidation, and even liquidation shouldn't be indefinite. It should take a short time. You do whatever you are supposed to do to collect the assets of the company as much as possible, collect the money, distribute the creditors, issue your final reports, and close the company. Because when you keep a company in administration or liquidation for a long time, you end up, it's like a company in liquidation is a bad apple. So if you keep it for so long in the basket, it infects all others, because there are people supplying it goods and services who may never be paid. It is occupying business space for other people who could become better. So again, in insolvency, there are principles that when you see a company that cannot be saved, you are better off killing it early enough, because the longer you keep it ongoing, it goes down with so many other companies. So it is not good at all to keep a company in administration or liquidation for a long time. Yeah. How long is long? It depends on the facts of a particular case, but it shouldn't be long.
Thank you, Mr. Salah. I'll come back to you concerning those measures that you talked about, because I think I cut you short there. We'll have to go to Rachel. Rachel, I think Mr. Nerima makes a good point in, I've already given it a fancy name, corporate leniency. If you're able to say, guys, all of you have this challenge, please come forward, come clean. We are here to sanitize you and make you holy again, and this. And the thing is, we can do one massive insolvency surgery, even here right now, if these guys come. And then we have a nice excuse in post-COVID relief. Say this has been Ursb's post-COVID relief initiative to the Ugandan economy. So I'm keen to come to you, the regulator, now. What's been your experience with this insolvency framework, generally, regulating insolvency practitioners, the kind of case studies you've seen? What are your initial thoughts about?
Thank you, Silva. I want to first comment about the issue raised by Mr. Nerima about the new amendments in the law. Mr. Kakungulu discussed it in the morning. Unfortunately, you are not around, but he discussed most of the amendments that were proposed in the law. But for purposes of this discussion, maybe I can highlight just two. One that has been mentioned by Dr. Abdu, which is post-commencement financing. Post-commencement financing applies to entities that are in administration and individuals who are insolvent. It involves post-administration and also, it provides for financing under administration and also financing under arrangements. However, the key highlight to note in these circumstances is that you can only acquire finance for an entity that is in administration or an individual under arrangement over assets that are unencumbered. So if you have financial institutions that you're advising, you can advise them to transact with entities that are in administration. Previously, banks were hesitant to advance finance to entities in administration because they were wondering whether they would be able to recover, but they can be able to recover because you encumber the unencumbered assets and you're considered as a secured creditor in the event that the company is not able to revive and it goes into liquidation. I think those are the two things I wanted to note, but all the other amendments that were made were already discussed by Alan. And then on the issue of, as a regulator, so most of the things that we have noted is that most of these entities choose to wind up. One, for lack of knowledge. They have not explored the different options that are available. Some of them come to office and then we ask them, why are you closing? Why are you closing this business? Have you considered this option? And then they'll tell you, no, I went to maybe my lawyer or something and I asked them and they're like, I can close this company, I just need to do ABCD. But the lawyer has, or the accountant has not asked them what exactly is pushing you to close down this business. So we end up advising them and some of them reconsider and think of options that are available, whether they can get financing or maybe consider some of the options that have been shared by Mr. Natif. And we've had success stories. People have come back and told us that, you know what, because of the advice you gave me, I went back to URA, I figured out how to pay my taxes, or my taxes were written off, or I considered all these other options. But also some of the other challenges that we've encountered, like Mr. Nerima highlighted, is how long should an entity be in administration or liquidation? Yes, it depends on the circumstances prevailing at the time, but also it has been abused by practitioners to be able to get money, fees out of these entities that are already struggling. You find some practitioners are charging by the hour or by the week, so the longer the process takes, they end up benefiting. But if we can be able to work together and find ways of actually supporting these entities, instead of squeezing or juicing an entity that is collapsing, if this entity is revived and it's back on the market, you end up benefiting more as a practitioner because you're going to be advising them, you're going to help them file returns. In the long run, you stay on as a legal advisor or a financial advisor, and everyone benefits. And then also the other challenges that we've also realized is that some of the practitioners get money, fees. You tell the client, the process is going to cost this much, the client pays the money, and then after filing, say, the resolution to wind up, and then the statement of affairs, you abandon the whole process. When the client comes to object, you resign, but you've already been paid all the money that you charged to do the whole winding up process. So you resign, you leave the company in a state of quagmire, really. And then also other instances that we've seen is this one resigns, you appoint another practitioner, the little money that is there is also eaten by them as fees, and they also resign, or they file a final report and they say, I've not been able to recover the assets that were there, or the creditors, the debtors did not pay the money that they were owing to the company, and they want to close the company. And you're wondering, really, are we working in the interest of our clients, or we are just abusing insolvency processes and proceedings? However, we've also seen success stories of, for example, CPM Mutumba is one of the insolvency practitioners who he's been handling administrations, he's been advising his clients. We have seen him support insolvent entities to be able to revive themselves. We have seen practitioners who are willing to see these companies close in record time without misguiding or misinforming their clients for their own selfish benefits. So we commend those practitioners out there who are giving insolvency practice a very good name. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. I think you end on a good note. One of the subjective elements I use in determining whether what our client or clients have financial distress is how long they take to settle our invoices. If it spills over from 30 days to 45 to 60 to 90 days, then probably we need to be watching our corporate clients maybe closer and say, do you need any more help? Are you sure we're doing the right thing with you? And things like that. Well, I love my fees, but also we love to do a good job. So, Mr. Nerima, I'm curious to come back to you, because you highlighted some of those major trends and a few of those emerging issues you've identified. But I'm keen to probe deeper. What else have you found that probably is missing? Where is the missing gap in this framework? Do you feel it adequately supports the economy? You talked of the number of winding ups and things we are seeing in the press, but we are aware that this economy is largely informal. I'm always worried about the things I don't see in the press. because the other guys are winding up their own way and not advertising it or not coming even to the simplified procedure. What else, really, Mr. Nerima, can you tell us about the insolvency practitioners regime currently? Any tips, any recommendations for colleagues basing on your many years of wisdom?
We have the law, we have the regulations, we have the practitioners, but my biggest recommendation would be to equip the practitioners with the tools. There is a lot of information out there which can be used in practice, insolvency practice in particular. When you talk about administration, provisional administration, corporate rescue, we always talk about these terms in the abstract. And the law will not give you the specifics of a corporate rescue. And I think it's important that going forward, now that we've created awareness of insolvency practice, I think going forward, maybe beginning next year, we should now go into the specifics. For example, how do you carry out a restructuring? We go into the nitty-gritty of restructuring, and we can have different case studies. If it is a telecom company, the way you restructure a telecom company is not the same way you restructure a primary boarding school. Are they the same? I think they are different. So maybe going forward, if we go into the nitty-gritty of restructuring, maybe in future, if we have another telecom company in trouble, probably its administration will not last 5 years. Maybe it will be shorter. And these tools are available. All we have to do is to have a cross-fertilization of ideas. As I told you, I served on the board of capital markets for 2 terms. And the products which are available, financial products, are almost limitless. It's just that people do not have the knowledge and access. We have venture capital funds. We have so many venture capitalists. We have so many products, only that people do not have knowledge. So in our insolvency landscape, I think we need more to equip ourselves with those specific tools which will enable us to advise our clients. The traditional methods have hitherto worked, but I think they are not enough. Where you go to a bank and you negotiate, can we enter into a consent judgment so that I pay the loan in installments? And then there is a default clause. In the case of default, in payment of any installment, the whole sum shall fall due and execution shall issue. I think that method has worked for many years, but I think going forward, we must really equip ourselves with the tools for business rescue, corporate rescue, restructuring, and so on and so forth, and we shall be good to go. So that would be my biggest recommendation. And we can have different practitioners, businessmen, practitioners taking us through the different products and strategies available. And maybe in conclusion, I have another appointment in town at 4:30 p.m. So I will be departing shortly.
Yeah, no, actually, we are about to even come to an end. I'm about to open it up to the audience so you can be preparing your questions. And I think Mr. Nerima makes an important point. I mean, basic things like organizing a prepackaged insolvency. What are you going to do? Some of these things do not even have to come to the regulator straight away. By the time you go there, Ursb shouldn't be a place to take problems. Just say, we've already agreed X, Y, and Z. We just need this to move along. Interestingly, we also have, beyond venture funds, we have vulture funds. So if you want to do asset stripping and immediately sell and get quick cash, vulture funds are always there to gobble up the assets and you run. But I want to come to you, Dr. Salam. You are telling us about those relief measures and interventions before I cut you short. I'd like you to complete that thought, and then we can go to Rachel, and then to the audience.
Thank you very much. Certainly there are many measures. One of them, we've already talked about it, which is financing. It needs to be emphasized that now, under the amendment of 2022, is properly written within the law that you can actually go to a bank and ask for money to fund your rescue strategies. The law, the way it is written, it says you must use the unencumbered assets of the company. Unfortunately, in reality, for most companies, by the time they get to that point of going into administration, winding up, or liquidation, they will have already encumbered or sold virtually all their valuable assets. They will not have any other asset that they can pledge that is not encumbered. And therefore, the options will be to go back to either the same lenders, and just like our colleagues have already mentioned, you tell them and say, look, if you collect this money today and sell my assets, I will lose this business potential. This number of people will lose jobs, but if you give me an additional, say, 10, 20 million, 100 million, depending on the size of the company, I can fund this critical activity and keep this company going to serve all our interests. This needs to be embraced by financial institutions, because I know, of course, we have all these other alternative new sources of funding, but for most of the average players in this country, banks are still the primary sources of funding. And that's why we need to have a conversation with banks to begin developing specific rescue financing models or products, where as an administrator you can go to a bank and they give you a loan that is meant to fund the rescue interventions. And in my thesis, and one of the articles that we published in the journal, I proposed a few measures through which you can make this attractive to financial institutions. One of them is by, for example, exempting stamp duty on loans extended to companies in administration. Stamp duty is a cost and can be a barrier to somebody borrowing. But two, many banks fear to lend to businesses in administration because of the known risk of losing their money together with all other creditors. The law has helped by saying that if you lend money to a company that has started administration, you will have priority. It's a good step. In addition, we can incentivize those financial institutions by, for example, saying that if this bank loses the money it has lent to a company in administration, that money lost will be recognized as an allowable deduction for purposes of Section 22 of the Income Tax Act, which talks about corporation tax calculation and computation. When you make it easy for them to use that loss as an allowable deduction without using the conventional methods of proving bad debts, then you will create an incentive to a bank to lend this money. Of course, most times they will lend you at higher rates because there is a big risk. But if you create this protection against that bad loan, chances are high that financial institutions will get attracted. The other measures, in Uganda, secured lenders are some of the biggest problems in administration. You find that by the time most companies enter into administration, all the assets are in banks. Now, under our law, before an administrator is appointed, there is a requirement that the secured creditors should consent. Should consent to the appointment, and also before registration of the provision of the interim protective order, there must be evidence of consent from the secured creditors. It's not easy to get consent from a secured creditor whose property is at the verge of being lost together with other creditors. What other countries have done is to remove the requirement for obtaining consent from secured creditors, such that it's no longer individualistic It's no longer about the bank. It's about the interests of all creditors. Then measures like receivership. Mr. Nelima has talked about receivership. In Uganda, the Insolvency Act was basically modeled around the English Insolvency Act of 1986. In that law, receivership was one of the remedies available to a creditor. And indeed, it was recognized as an insolvency procedure that could be resorted to by a creditor. But in 2002, after a study in England, it was revealed that receiverships were one of the primary causes of many businesses going down. Because what does receivership do? When a lender appoints a receiver, that receiver is appointed not for the benefit of creditors, but for the benefit of the appointing creditor. So the receiver's interest will be as much as possible to sell the assets, dismantle the business for the benefit of this one creditor, even if that means losing jobs of thousands of employees. So what did England do? In 2002, they passed the law, the Enterprise Act of 2002. One, they abolished receivership and put a lot of controls on how receiverships executed before 2003 could be enforced. But going forward from 2003, they said receiverships are not acceptable. Now in Uganda, there is a case of Mogas versus Stanbic Bank. I don't know how many of you have read it. Mogas borrowed money from Stanbic Bank, and they defaulted. So they appointed my senior colleague, Mr. Kabito, as a receiver. As a receiver appointed by a bank, your duty is to collect money for the bank. So during the negotiations and the demands by Mr. Kabito, Mogas was saying, I'm about to get a strategic investor. Please give me some time so I can sell this business as a whole, as opposed to you selling it in piecemeal. I imagine because of pressure from the lender, Mr. Kabito went ahead and began advertising Mogas' assets for sale, and also closed some of the petrol stations. But the owners of Mogas were saying, yes, you're demanding money from me, but if you give me a few more months, I'll get a strategic fund, and maybe like the options have told us. I'll be able to fund this company, I'll pay your bank, and also keep the business running. Unfortunately, I think because of pressure, the senior did not heed to that call. They went to court, and Justice Jean Rwakakoko granted an injunction stopping the actions of the receiver. But the lessons we draw from that case was that Mogas, and I may not so much go into the details, it's possible that it has potential to get out of its financial strain and become a bigger company in the country if it is given some bit of time. So rather than appointing a receiver, if Stanbic had put this company into administration, chances are high that the administrator would not have thought about closing the business, but would have continued running this business as they are looking for a strategic investor together with the owner. Because the difference between administration and receivership is that receivership, you are looking at collecting money for the person who has appointed you. Many times you don't even care about the interests of other stakeholders. But with administration, even the person who has instigated your appointment cannot control your decisions. You take decisions for the good of the entire body of creditors. So just like England did in 2002, I would propose that even in Uganda, we also remove it. Then the other proposals, somebody mentioned about Bank of Uganda and Insurance Regulatory Authority being able to appoint insolvency practitioners under their laws. In my view, from my reading of these appointments, financial institutions, insurance companies, and other regulated businesses are usually impactful businesses. So the people who run them during distress are supposed to be highly trained, highly exposed, highly competent. And the processes for their appointment should meet more requirements than the requirements for an ordinary insolvency practitioner. So if we are saying that an insolvency practitioner for a small SM in Chikubo should be licensed by Ursb, should have undergone some training, how about an insolvency practitioner that you are appointing to take over a bank? That person should have even more qualifications, more proven expertise than this ordinary insolvency practitioner. So in my thesis, my proposal is that even as Bank of Uganda and Insurance Regulatory Authority can retain their mandate to appoint these insolvency practitioners, they should only appoint people that have been registered by Ursb and who meet the threshold set under the law. By doing so, Ursb will have control over them in such a way that if you take liquidation for 10 years, then as the regulator will call you to order and say, how come you're taking 10 years in liquidation? Because at the end of the day, I mean, we've all asked questions. How long should the Greenland be in liquidation? And who was the liquidator of Greenland? What were they? I don't know. So because of that, it is better that we subject all this to the control of the regulator, who we think is acting for the good of everybody. There are many proposals. I invite you, if you want to read about some of the proposals I made in my thesis as part of the study, because my thesis was about the strengths and weaknesses of the South African corporate rescue measure as a potential benchmark for Uganda. South Africa in Africa is one of the countries with the most attractive rescue frameworks. So if you want to study more about corporate rescue in Africa, you cannot miss South Africa. So I invite you to read more about it. And
thank you. Maybe what we'll do is we'll have Dr. Waiswa's thesis. It's a soft copy circulated in maybe WhatsApp groups. But I can attest maybe the link between the Ugandan and the South African insolvency framework is if you go in our Companies Act and you find that King Code, you will know that it originated largely from South Africa under the research done by Marvin King, who's one of the leading professionals in the field. I'm keen to go to Rachel, but I see the audience getting bored and a bit jittery. I'm keen to invite you into the discussion. I think we can take a few questions at the risk of interrupting those who are asleep. I hope we can have a few guys ask. I bribed 2 people to ask a question, so I hope we can have those and yeah. So let's open up to the audience, then I'll come to Rich and then we take the closing remarks from the panelists. Mr. Soita Jesse there has a question. Council.
Thank you, moderator. Protocol observed. The speed at which companies are incorporated and or registered in Uganda is almost a similar speed at which these entities collapse. As a matter of fact, some of them even don't take off. Now, as we are interested in rescuing the ailing entities, how do we ensure that these newly born companies even kickstart? I want to interest the Registrar General. If they took a study on the company's register, I believe majority of the companies are redundant. From the time they are incorporated, they are just there. I am even worried if Ursb takes a decision to swing the axe into action, most of the companies would be struck off the register for being redundant. Now, the question goes to the panelists, please. How do we ensure we assist these new companies to even start? Just to expound a bit as a wind-up, you find the majority companies, it's more of a family business. Some people are the shareholders, family, they are the directors, secretary, and I think it's one of the issues why they don't even kickstart. They don't know the basics of starting up a company. So I think it's a challenge for Ursb to do mass sensitization so that these people who open up these companies can learn the modalities of kickstarting them, operate them, before even we wait to rescue them. Thank you very much.
I'll assign that to Rachel, I think, using my moderatory discretion. Any other question? I believe there should be quite a number of questions. Looks like all is fine for now. Is there any other hand? No, we've not gagged anyone. Okay, it's fine. I don't know. I probably expected a question around the Crane Bank situation. Is it true that an entity in receivership cannot sue or be sued? Is it still a company? So I do not know if we followed that, but maybe I'll come to you, Rachel. You answer that question, and then if any other question arises, it can be brought to my attention. If it's not, then I'll bring this to a close in the next 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Silva. I didn't get the gentleman's name, but...
Jesse.
Joseph, yes. Thank you for that valid question. As an office, we have also taken interest in most of the business entities that are registering, and we have started a drive of sensitizing them on some of the things that they can do to be able to revive their businesses, to be able to run their businesses, to be able to manage their businesses in a way that sustains them. Actually, last week we were at Africana, where we had Mr. Natif, as he said, sharing some of these ideas of how he managed to revive his business and open up all these branches. So we've been educating the business community about corporate governance skills, about the law that is involved, the laws that they have to comply with, filing returns with Ursb, filing returns with URA. So we, as a regulator, we are not seated, we are doing, but of course it takes a concerted effort. Each of us has a role to play because we also interface with these clients. So when we call out, when we make a call to the business community to come for trainings, you can nudge your clients to be able to attend them and to benefit from these trainings. We hope to have another training for the business community soon to discuss some of these issues that have been raised. I hope that answers your question. And then also, in the course of the discussion, I had Silva talk about companies' asset stripping. I would like to inform members here that the official receiver has powers to prosecute. If we find out that you have been asset stripping a company, yet you know that it's on the verge of insolvency, or you asset strip it and then file for winding up of the company, and we investigate and we find that you did it fraudulently, we will prosecute you and you will go to prison. So please, do not advise your clients to asset strip the companies, yes. And then the other issue about training and equipping, it was raised by Mr. Nerima before he left. As Alan shared in the morning, the law has been amended to professionalize insolvency practice. One of the things that we intend to do is to partner with the education institutions, universities, to tailor courses that are focusing insolvency practice, to be able to equip insolvency practitioners, accountants, chartered secretaries, and we also intend to provide some of those courses at our office. We have a very big training area where we are going to be training insolvency practitioners to be able to appreciate some of these modalities, some of these skills that they need to support their clients in insolvency practice.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Rachel. I had seen some notable, yeah, there is a question by Mr. Mustafa Ntale, right at the back. I had seen Mr. Kasozi, Mr. Nyakiru, I think, yeah, they've left. But I've had one, also Andrew Kamtera left, but they left me with two issues. I think the first was around the 3-month period for the provision administration. Usually clients come to us when it's too late. They're almost on the deathbed. And it's been thought that those 3 months may not be sufficient time to do a lot of magic to rescue a company that's been insolvent in a while. And then I think the other domestic issue, which maybe Law Society can take up on, is the liability on insolvency practitioners, because our appellate process takes very long. Sometimes the Supreme Court issues a decision 10 years later for work you did as an insolvency practitioner even when you're still an associate in a law firm. And those decisions tend to cause very many ripple effects within the market. I think in the last 2 years alone, I can think of 3 or 4. You find your professional indemnity has expired, you've since left the firm, but you're being hounded on some work that you did a few years back. So I don't know, maybe as ULS, we'll have to come up with some risk mitigation measures to make sure that we are not exposing our practices to the delays and vagaries of an indeterminate appellate procedure that we do not control, really. Mr. Antale, your chance.
Thank you very much, Silva. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely mine is not a question. It is, I think, a supplement. I picked interest in what Waiswa mentioned specifically on receivership and the practice elsewhere. I know I've just recently amended our laws, but I think that's an area which we must look at again, specifically if you have to look at the purpose of an insolvency process. We generally define insolvency processes as collective. It's a collective process which must essentially benefit all the creditors. When you look at a receivership, it is actually a unilateral action on the side of a secured creditor. So there is debate as to whether a receivership, or appointment of a receiver, actually meets the standard criteria for defining an insolvency process, and therefore whether such a process is an insolvency process. Probably that is something which we should analyze further and possibly consider whether it should be, we should still have it as an insolvency process within our regime. I also asked a question on, I think Weiss also mentioned about the issue of consent of a secured creditor in respect of administration. During lunch break, I discussed almost a related matter with my colleague Alan. If a company has appointed a receiver, rather a secured creditor has appointed a receiver, does it stop a company from appointing an administrator, technically speaking? My answer is no. Because a receivership only affects the assets which are the subject of security, and administration is quite broad. I think it may offer a solution to what Absalam raised on the issue of consent to the appointment of an administrator. That consent which is required from a secured credit. Then finally, the interesting debate on whether company receivership can be sued or it can sue. I think the courts have been clear on that, especially if it is a financial institution. I think it's really a matter of which is specifically covered by statute as far as the ability of the receiver in respect of financial institution is concerned, as far as his ability to commence proceedings during that process. Of course, the unanswered question is whether that the receiver can be sued, I think, which should have a fair, obvious answer, that he may not have the protection under the law. So on that one, you threw it at us for discussion, but I think the Supreme Court has been fairly clear on that. That such a receiver for a financial institution, specifically because the right is not given by statute, he may not purport to exercise that right. It remains a matter of discussion as to whether, if it's not a financial institution, if it's an ordinary receivership, whether such an entity has powers to sue, or it can be sued. I think that one, we can leave it for further discussion. But as far as financial institutions are concerned, I think the courts have been clear on that. Whether we agree or not, I think that's also another discussion for another day. Thank you.
All right, so we'll take one online question and then we'll have closing remarks from our colleagues. We thank the online panel for being tolerant and patient with us.
Okay, the only question I have is, what could be some of the discussions in the creditors' meeting called by the receiver? Is there any documentation the creditor can carry along for them? It's from Angela Nabaka.
Yeah, I'll give that to Abdul Salam. I think you're itching to answer that.
Okay. From the way you said some of the documents from a meeting by the receiver, I believe the person asking meant in a meeting for administration. Because in a receivership, it will be the appointing creditor that will be interacting with the person they have appointed. And that's why I think we need to draw that line for everybody, the difference between receivership and administration, but also the difference between receivership, traditional as it is, and administrative receivership, which are slightly different. Just for information, administrative receivership is a form of receivership that allows the person appointed to run the business for purposes of facilitating collection of money by the appointing person. And it usually becomes necessary where the asset that was pledged as security for a loan is the primary business asset for that company. And this, in most cases, is the answer. Most businesses in Uganda, when they go to borrow, they will sign a floating charge and a fixed charge. Usually a fixed charge will talk about the asset, the one car, the building, and all that. Then they will sign a floating charge, hovering over all the assets of the company, so much that when they appoint a receiver, he has almost authority over all the valuable assets of the company. And that's why even the question that Mr. Antale raised of whether you can have a receiver and an administrator appointed at the same time, legally speaking, it is possible. But practically, you'll find that the receiver is controlling all the assets of the company. So the administrator has nothing to do. And that's why in most jurisdictions, appointment of an administrator suspends the actions of a receiver. And if the receiver wants to justify remaining in office, they must apply to court and show cause why they should be left to continue doing what they are doing without undermining the role and the mandate of the administrator, who is seen as working for everybody, as opposed to the receiver, who is working for just the person who has appointed them. So the question to the online participant, what are some of the documents that you should go for such a meeting? Certainly, you need to go with your evidence of claim as a creditor, because usually in the creditors meeting, you need to prove that you are indeed a creditor. As a gate pass, they will not allow you in the meeting if you cannot prove that you are actually a creditor. 2, before you attend the meeting, you must have filed your notice of a claim or proof of debt, which entitles you to participate in the meeting. But 2, another point is you prepare to look at the profile of the person they are proposing to either be appointed as an administrator or even auditor in that business. Because remember, when you are called as creditors in that first meeting, in most cases they will present the preliminary report, the agnostic report, and the proposal for appointment of an administrator. Sometimes they will even attach an administration deed. So you must be able to say, who is this person that we are going to entrust with the running of this business for our joint benefit? Many times the company shareholders and directors will have a preferred person. But as creditors, you must ask yourself, is this person capable of defending our interests? Because sometimes the directors of the company or the shareholders of the company are the same people that stripped the company. So if you allow a shareholder, director, proposed administrator to be in office, sometimes they may not serve fully your interest. So it might be convenient for you to either, if you are to approve that shareholder, director, proposed administrator, to also appoint your own, that you have a joint appointment. That way you are able to have your leg into the discussion on how the process should undergo. Because at the end of the day, as a creditor, your primary interest may not be survival of the company, but your money. In 2016, I did a master's, and my thesis was on the efficacy of insolvency proceedings as a debt collection tool. I compared the UK model and the Ugandan model. My research findings were that actually insolvency proceedings are the most aggressive and effective modes of collection of debt. But as you're collecting your debt as a lender, you are killing businesses. And that's why, even as you use insolvency proceedings as a debt collector, you must always remember, am I killing business? Am I creating more trouble? But again, I argued in my thesis and in some article that debt collection is not a moral contest. It's about collecting money for your client. So as professionals, we must juggle through.
Indeed, some practitioners have argued that resources should be taken away from the most inefficient farms and be reallocated to the most efficient farms who can utilize them. I think I'll come to you, Rachel, for a closing remark, but I think we have one question online. Yes, Jabran, who's asking about bank failures and SBV and all this happening. I think I'll take this on in 1 minute. I think the assessment we've done at Otis is that these seem to be very complex products. It's over-the-counter derivatives, swaps, options, and futures with very minimal exposure to the Ugandan economy. We also analyzed and found that the banks here tend to be subsidiaries of bigger groups. So most likely that exposure will sit at group level and not necessarily with the Ugandan entity. So we do not anticipate that there will be massive ripple effects around here beyond what can be contained. So no need for alarm there. I think we have quite a robust local banking framework. Rachel, closing remarks from you. Been quiet. It's been a while.
Okay. Thank you, Silva. I would like to commend everyone who came for this training. It's nice to know that we are still interested in learning more about insolvency. And as an office, we are open. Let the discussions not stop here. You can continually engage us about the law, about the practice, and we'll advise you here and there. Where the law is not clear, we'll elaborate. Please continue reaching out to us. We are committed to seeing insolvency practice resilient and going places in Uganda. And also, I would like to add that Mr. Abdu is one of the contributors to our insolvency journal that has been launched today. Keep those articles coming. We are making a call, an official call. Continue giving us more articles. We intend to launch another journal next year. So the earlier we receive the articles, the better. Yes. Have a good evening.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think the beauty of the law is when it's not clear, because if it's clear and well settled, then we are irrelevant. So I thank you all. You've been great. My panelists, you've been amazing. I look forward to seeing you again in the near future. Bye.
Thank you very much, our panel. Please help me appreciate them. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, our moderator, Silva Kayondo. Thank you, Waso Abdul Salam, and Mr. Nerima, who has left. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate you all, our participants today, in person and online. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying with us the whole day. I trust that you have learned, that you have unlearned and relearned. And I believe that we have built capacity today and will continue to do so. Just allow me a few minutes to make some announcements, but before that, I would like to just recap some of the takeaways that we've had. I believe from this conference, we've learned that the awareness has been created, and insolvency is the new way to go, and it's important that we build capacity as practitioners, as auditors, as chartered secretaries, and as lawyers, so that we can advise our clients appropriately. Businesses globally are struggling, and it is important that we occupy this space of rendering advisory in insolvency practice. So I would like to request each one of us to go back with a challenge of equipping ourselves and building capacity in this regard. I also, as we heard from our different speakers, now we know that we no longer have stigma, and so it begins with us, that we spread this gospel as far as we can to improve our practice. But I've also, and my colleagues from Ursb can tell you, we do receive a lot of calls and complaints, especially from legal practitioners who say that by digitizing, we are taking away their work. I have good news for you. Now you have what to do. Please go and equip yourselves in insolvency, and instead of certifying companies and incorporating companies and the other things we were doing before, we can now take up this space. Because digitization is here, it's with us, and it's not going anywhere. So I have good news for you. Now you have something else, some other space to occupy, and it's lucrative, as you've heard from Natif and the rest of the presenters. Maybe the other thing is that the practice, of course, takes a lot of values: integrity, honesty, and transparency, and also being agile, because the insolvency practice requires that it's expedient so that your businesses can survive. Most of the companies, by the time they come to us, most of the clients, they're on their deathbed, they're in ICU, and so you don't have much time. So it's imperative that the process is expedited, but also done in a meticulous manner. With that recap, I would like to now make just a few announcements before I invite the Registrar General to give us her closing remarks. Administratively, we have a cup of tea for you. Would like to share a cup of coffee with you to say thank you, and also to just get an extra minute to interact. Please give us a few minutes as jam clears and have a cup of tea with us. And we'll also have some transport refund, just to say thank you and to appreciate you, as we always do. I would like to thank everyone, the panelists, the different speakers that we've had. I'd like to appreciate Team Ursb. I would like to appreciate the hotel and the service providers that we've had. And I would like to thank everyone else that's taken part in this conference. And of course, for the opportunity to guide you through today's program. May I now take the honor and privilege to invite our Registrar General, our team leader, to come and give us her closing remarks.
I do not want to be the reason between your tea and transport refund. I associate with the discussions that have been made here since morning by our facilitators. It was amazing hearing all these presentations from our facilitators, Alan, Ronald, and Natif, our dear panelists, Dr. Waiswa, Mr. Nelson, Nerima, Rachel, Silva, moderator, and all of you, the participants. It has been a day of, indeed, cross-fertilization of ideas, models, and solutions, as we all know that the economic strength of any country is dependent on the strength of the resilience of businesses. I thank you very much, and I declare this conference closed. Safe journey.
Thank you very much. We can now proceed to our tea and the rest of the benefits. For those who are asking about CLE, we'll get the points. We applied for them. And then the CPD, you'll get 6.3 points, I believe, for the accountants. Yes. The lawyers, you will get the points once the accreditation is done. But we applied. Thank you and have a good evening.